We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you
Okay, I'm here.
should take it slow.
I'm going to turn this off. Thank you for coming over here and streaming it. I appreciate it. There's, I don't have a way to do it. I don't have a laptop or a computer or nothing to be doing it. So I had to wait for you guys, and I was helping my aunt with her stuff over here. So I was waiting for you guys to finish up. But I'm ready whenever you are, honey.
I got it down there. You just got to share it.
Yes, they gave a lot of details this morning with this.
Walked out of the Family Dollar store at 3:09, got into her van, and remained in her van in the parking lot for 10 minutes before leaving the parking lot and heading south on Georgia 15, Highway 441, US 23. This tells us that the time frame is actually narrowed a little further for this case to begin at 3:19 p.m. on Saturday, September 10th, and ending at 12:44, Sunday, September 11th, the time of the discovery. Please understand that this case is very complex in nature and has a lot of questions and unknowns that aren't found in a typical death investigation. It is going to take significantly more time than the 19 days that have passed since the discovery to solve this crime. We also want you to know that we are working diligently to solve this case. We are trying to obtain as much information as possible so that we can put together facts and evidence to support a motive and also to identify a person or persons of interest. At this time, I'd like to call up lead investigator George Kaysen to assist with answering the questions that you may have. George.
First of all, I want to thank everyone for being here, being part of this. Hopefully we'll be able to answer some questions and give y'all some insight of where we're at and kind of what we're dealing with. First off, I want to start off by saying we have received a lot of questions that y'all have sent in. Some of these questions, the information that is pertaining to those questions is very sensitive information. We will try to answer them to the best that we can, but there will be information that we need to retain just for the simple fact of it being very sensitive, and we don't want our potential persons of interest to be able to get a hold of this information. Just that way it does not jeopardize the furtherment of our investigation. As far as some of these questions that were asked, I'm going to kind of go through a list of them and try to give answers as best as possible to you. One of the first questions that was asked is, can you confirm the Venmo message from the daughter, from mom to daughter was sent to mom's phone? We're still waiting more information that we have requested to confirm or deny where the Venmo was sent from, but we can confirm that Amanda did receive the Venmo. She did receive money. That much we do know right now. Continuing on, our next question was, are you in possession of Collier's cell phone and where was it found? Yes, we are in possession of that cell phone. We do have it in evidence and it was located at the crime scene. The next question that was asked was, what was Collier's cause of death? And as Colonel Kogod mentioned, we are still awaiting the full report from the medical examiner's office. Once that comes in, we will absolutely update everyone on those findings. What records and data have we analyzed? Due to that being sensitive information, much as the disclaimer that I gave when I first stepped up here, we don't want to reveal any information that could possibly be a potential or potentially jeopardize our investigation to where our suspects will get that information. There was a question about Deborah's phone records. We have served multiple search warrants on multiple different cell phone carriers. We are working with them to get all pertinent data from those devices and from those carriers. So hopefully we'll be able to develop more of a timeline, a better timeline, and hopefully be able to find out more information about what exactly happened. Inclusion of family members, a question was related to that. Is that right now we have not ruled anyone out at this point. We have ever developing leads and are gradually having information that we have requested come in. So we're still in the process of trying to find persons or person of interest. And as that information starts to trickle in, it will actually help us develop more information for y'all to have. We're continuing to investigate Deb's activities from September 10th through the September 11th, which is also going back to the timeline. We are gradually just getting more information in. We want to know just as much as anyone else does, and we are working, as Colonel Kogod said, we're working diligently. We've lost a lot of sleep, as such should be. In this investigation, we've devoted a lot of time to this investigation. There was a question about what search warrants have been executed. As far as the search warrants that we have done, again, we cannot give that information out just for the simple fact that it may jeopardize and give the information out to possible potential persons of interest. And we don't want to basically show our hand before we have facts. And as Colonel Kogod said, then a couple other questions that were kind of obtained as far as Deborah's timeline. We have obtained additional footage from the parking lot, as he described, where she is in her 2022 Chrysler Pacifica van in the parking lot of the Family Dollar, which is obviously joined by other businesses. We've obtained additional footage and found that she stayed in that parking lot an additional 10 minutes. From that 10 minutes at 3:19 p.m., she leaves the parking lot and begins to head southbound on Georgia 15, which is the main highway, the 4-lane highway that connects Raven County to Habersham. She starts traveling southbound towards Tallulah Falls, which is just inside Habersham County. We are still in the process of trying to obtain videos from other locations and other businesses along that route, and we encourage any business along that route that might have cameras, please reach out to us. Look through your video cameras and reach out to us. That way we can have a meeting with you and see if we can kind of even narrow down our timeline even more. And as far as the timeline, the last time we know that she was alive was at 3:19, because we see her in that vehicle leaving the parking lot, heading southbound on Georgia 15. There was a question about our thoughts of this being a homicide. We have not changed our thoughts about this being a homicide. We're still treating this as a murder investigation, and we will not change that. We will diligently and continuously work day and night trying to solve this case and try to bring justice to Miss Collier and her family. A lot of the questions we got are kind of repeat. So if I do repeat some of these answers, I do apologize, but I'm trying to go through and trying to hit every question that was given to us. We're, again, going back to the cell phone providers and search warrants we've done. We're working with multiple different cell phone providers to obtain the necessary information. All we know right now, as far as the Venmo message, is that, yes, it was sent to Amanda. There was a question in there as far as, do we know where the money is now? No, we don't. For the simple fact that we are still obtaining information, when it was sent, where it was sent, what device it was sent from. We're still trying to obtain that information right now. Yes, sir.
Going back to what you were saying about the death and why you're confident that this is a homicide.
Right.
Was there any signs of trauma to the body that clearly indicated that this was a homicide?
The only thing we know as right now is the burns of the body. We're still waiting for the absolute full report from the medical examiner's office. But nonetheless, because of the burns, we're still treating this like a murder. We're trying to investigate it as such, and we won't deter from that just because we're going to treat it like that investigation to get all thorough information.
And in the statement, it says, let's see, that this was, you're clear that this was a random act of violence. Generally speaking, if I say something is a random act of violence.
Where did let me stop you right there. Where did that statement come from? Just so
It was not a random act.
Not, okay. My apologies. Okay.
So it wasn't just somebody hopping in the car.
Could you be more specific? I don't want to put words in
It
your
wasn't
mouth.
random. She was targeted.
Does that mean someone knew someone?
No, what that means at this point is there is no information. I'm sorry. There is no information or evidence to this point that shows that this was something random, that there was something that was out, that was not from somebody that she either knew or somebody who she had some association with. That's what we're seeing at this time. So based on that information, we do not believe that this is a random act of violence. We do not believe that this is the act of a serial killer. We believe that this act was deliberate and personal. Okay?
Yeah, I saw you raise your hand.
Yes, sir. Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. I'm just curious if Debbie's purse was recovered at the scene.
Yes, it was. We do have that in evidence, and it was recovered from the crime scene.
Is that another purse than the one that was said to be left at her home?
That we're not aware of. We're still working on that, but we do know for a fact the video that was released of her being in the Family Dollar, that purse was found at the crime scene and is in evidence.
And one other question there is there anyone in that area that she is acquainted with? Is there a reason she would go up there dressed in her Bulldogs jersey on game day and driving out?
We're still trying to work with that. Again, like I said, as far as some of the search warrants and some of the follow-ups that we're doing, we're trying to obtain that information to see if she has any connections. If anyone, and that's one thing too, I'm glad you asked that. If anyone does have any kind of contact, we encourage the public as well. If anyone had contact with Deborah Collier during that time frame, as far as from September 9th all the way through September 11th, specifically around the time frame of 3/19 to Sunday when the body was found, if anyone had any contact or might have seen or talked to her, please, we encourage you to come forward and speak with us.
Investigator Payson, Joy Persona.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that she headed south on Highway 115.
Georgia 15, sorry.
After
Yes, ma'am.
leaving the Family Dollar store. Did the school zone cameras at Tallulah Falls School pick up
Yes,
her departure?
absolutely. And actually, I'm glad you asked that. I do have something that we're going to make readily available for y'all when we're done with this press conference. We do have in our possession, this is an actual photograph from the Tallulah Falls school cameras. She was seen traveling northbound on Georgia 15, just north of our crime scene there, which is just south of Victory Home Lane. This is a picture of her traveling northbound on Georgia 15, traveling through these cameras at 2:17 p.m. on Saturday. Once we're done with this, I will actually tape it up here on the wall, so that way anyone and everyone can come up here and get a better picture of it, because I understand it's hard to see from here. So once we're done, you can come up and get a better picture of it.
Did you see her coming back southbound?
We have not. We have been in coordination with Chief Elrod from the Tallulah Falls Police Department. She has spent countless sleepless nights looking through cameras. And that being one of the most heavily trafficked roads in Northeast Georgia, especially for travel towards the North Carolina mountains, there is probably in the upwards of 150 to 160,000 cars that come through there. So they are still looking through to see if we can find her coming back south.
I got a question about the
Yes,
van while we're on the topic. So according to the original report was sent out, the van was seen by Tallulah Falls officers sitting there on the side of the road around 5 o'clock Saturday.
I believe so,
And of
yeah.
course, when you all got there, the van was there on Sunday.
Correct.
Is it y'all's impression that the van was there that entire time, from 5 o'clock till?
Well, obviously, from our timeline, we know it wasn't there the entire time.
It was not there?
So
From 5 p.m. Saturday.
now 5 p.m. Saturday.
To 11-ish, 12-ish, when you guys got there
Oh,
Sunday, did it ever leave that location?
Now that we're not aware of.
Okay.
When you said the 5 o'clock thing, I didn't know if you were talking about Friday, but
No,
as
Saturday.
far as the timeline, the only times we can establish as far as that van is there is that we're still getting trickling information. I think there was another question in here, if there was any tips from the community that have helped us out. Yes, because it has helped us narrow down timelines. We're still following up to see if we can actually get confirmation of this van being there at certain times. But as of right now, from what we know, that van was there at the crime scene on Sunday is what we can confirm. Now, as far as her time getting back to the crime scene, we cannot confirm that. We're still working on leads and trying to confirm that information.
During the time that you say she was sitting in the parking lot outside Family Dollar.
Yes, ma'am.
She left at 3:19.
Mhm.
At 3:17 is when this Venmo message
Correct.
was sent. And earlier you mentioned you're still trying to determine what device that was sent from.
Right.
Does that mean that you all do not yet know if she in fact sent that message herself?
Well, as the investigation goes on, I mean, we're doing a lot of search warrants to try to obtain any information that we possibly can. And as we know, as far as with the digital information and all the digital electronic devices we have these days, you can access accounts from many different devices, which is why we're going through the extent of being able to determine what device that Venmo was sent from.
And her daughter received that payment at 3:17. She said in the Athens-Clarke County Police Department report, when she reported her mother missing, that it worried her. She tried to call her mom on her cell phone. But two things. One, she had said that her mother only took her debit card and car key. She didn't mention her purse. She didn't mention a cell phone. Also, it took her 3 hours, according to the timeline in the missing person report, from 3:17 to 6:01 before she actually reported her mother missing. Have you all looked into why there was a delay?
Yes, we have looked in, and again, we're still waiting for more information to come back. Again, with the search warrants that we've done, we're trying to develop those timelines to get confirmations of where these people were at, or anyone that was close to Deborah at the time. We're just trying to develop and get that information and get factual information, so that way we can actually start putting the basis to this.
Investigator, on the original incident report, there's a check mark about drug use. Was there any reason?
Yeah, I will let Colonel Kogod.
I can answer that. So patrol deputies, when they respond to scenes like this and they don't know exactly what they have, they normally mark whatever may be applicable. In this case, because it was so questionable and there were so many unknowns when we got to the scene, they marked it as a possibility that it could be drug related. However, at this time, the investigation is not leading us in that direction.
Is that another example of why there may not be an obvious trauma, like someone shot, stabbed, or,
Could be, but again, it's so preliminary in the investigation that we really can't make that determination. We just do not believe, based on what we have at this time, that this is drug related.
The tip that Amanda Bearden was at the Family Dollar, did that come from her? Did it come from somewhere else? And what is the significance of her not being at that location that Saturday?
I'll try to answer that the best as well. So the tip, as far as her being at the Family Dollar, came from an initial interview to where she was talking about her and mother going to Family Dollar to buy cleaning supplies to help clean up her apartment when she got back to Georgia. As far as anything, as far as the Family Dollar visit, I don't think that actually came from her, right?
No, it come from
Yeah, come on up here. This is Investigator Garrison. He's also one of my team leads.
So I pulled the video footage from the store and talked with everybody from the store. Based off of that, with Ms. Collier, she was there for that time period from 2:54 till 3:10, got in her car at 3:10 till 3:20. It was asked that if Amanda was in there earlier, and Amanda, based off of our knowledge at this time, there was some confusion there, and the associate that worked there actually saw the mother and not the daughter. I was able to provide photos to that store clerk to confirm that, based off of what we were told. And she said, no, I remember seeing the mother, not the daughter.
Can you speak to whether Amanda Bearden has any acquaintances or friends, family in the area?
Like the investigator Kaysen said, we can't confirm that right now. I'm sure once we start getting some of these subpoenas and search warrants back on these phone records, we'll be able to give an answer on that at that time.
When was the last time Amanda told you all she saw her mom? And can you confirm or report that Debbie's husband, Steve, was working during the time of Debbie's disappearance?
All right, so what we can confirm as far as that question right there is that we know that Amanda talked on the phone with her mother on Saturday afternoon. I'll have to look back at my notes from the actual report itself to be able to give you some kind of actual time for it. But the last time she spoke to her mom was on the phone. As far as Steve working, we have pulled video from Synovus Bank where he stated that he was working that day because of being a UGA game. He works for a private company called the Optimus Club that private contracts Synovus Bank's parking lot to park vehicles for the game day. They use that parking lot to provide parking for people coming to the game. We have confirmed that he was there from, I'm making sure I get the times right.
9 to 4:06.
From 9 to 4:06, 9 a.m. to 4:06 p.m. on Saturday.
I'm Nora Almazon at WCHN. Do you have any reason to believe that she could have met someone there where her van was parked?
I'm going to go back to the answer as far as we're not ruling anything out. We're still trying to develop leads. We're still following up on tips and information. We're still awaiting information back from search warrants and subpoenas that we have sent off. Once that, and for phone records as well, once that information comes back and we have time to actually analyze and go through the details, then we'll have a better answer for that.
Investigator case, and I know you said that the state medical examiner's autopsy report has not yet been
Yes, ma'am.
completed, but in the report that you all released last week, you stated that Ms. Collier's body was found down a ravine and she was grasping a small tree in her hand. What does that indicate?
I mean, that's a lot of different indications. I'll let him kind of talk about that.
At this point, we're not sure what it indicates.
Could she have been alive?
Very possible that she could have been alive at the time she went down the ravine. But again, the autopsy will help us to narrow down time of death, help us to narrow down toxicology reports, help us to narrow down other things related to the body itself that we don't know at this time.
So would that indicate, if she were alive, that she survived being burned?
Very possible. Again, very preliminary in nature. Yes.
As far as the crime scene itself, is that private property? Is it public right of way? Is it U.S. Forest Service, National Forest land, or?
I believe it's U.S. National Forest land.
Really quickly, Kara Spelger, 11 Alive.
Yes.
In reference to the crime scene, it's mentioned that the purse that she had at the store was found there. Were any other items recovered, including the poncho she bought?
Oh, yes. So all the items that were purchased as far as from the Family Dollar that we can tell right now, again, we're still going through the investigation, but we can confirm that the majority of those items were found on the crime scene.
You mentioned a minute ago that Amanda had just moved back to Georgia. Where was she and when did she move back?
So this is what we can confirm. She lived in Maryland with her brother. She lived in, I think, the same apartment complex, correct? With her brother up in Maryland. City, I can't tell you what the city is because I don't have my notes and stuff in front of me, but I do know it's Maryland. She moved down here on the 8th, which would have been Thursday, September 8th, when she moved down here to Georgia. So we know that she was down here at some point on Thursday. Yes, sir.
You're clear it's not a kidnapping, despite the fact of that note with the Venmo note. Well, is that something that has made things particularly murky? Because that note seems to give the impression something was going on.
I'll tell you straight up, right here, as far as this investigation goes, it seems like once we get on track with something, like a curveball comes in out of nowhere. That's why we're staying diligent and trying to stay on top of things and following up with leads, because we want to make sure we get facts, specifically to give y'all. We want to make sure that we have all the information before we start pushing forward.
Did Amanda give any theory as to what was going on, why she would get that kind of message, especially now that we know that message was probably sent in that 2 to 3 minute window after her getting out of the store? Right.
She has not given any kind of insight as far as to that. She has been asked. And again, I'd have to go back to my notes to give you the exact statement that she gave, but there's really no insight to it on who they are.
And where is the sheriff in all of this? We've not heard from Sheriff Carroll directly.
I'll let his second in command.
So as any good leader, the sheriff delegates certain authority, certain responsibilities to other people to be performed on his behalf. I have been appointed as the PIO for the Sheriff's Office, Public Information Officer, and I can assure you that Sheriff Terrell is the reason that we're doing this today. But I am the spokesperson, and that's why he has allowed us to report to you and also to bring in the investigators that are actually working the case to give you as much accurate and detail as we can on the ongoing investigation.
Is he here in Habersham?
No, ma'am, he has been called out of state. So he is not here right now. So it is now 9:30. Again, I want to reiterate to everyone that this is a very complex investigation. It has a lot of unanswered questions. It also has a lot of issues that you don't see in a typical death investigation. For that reason, it is going to take a significant amount of time, well beyond what we've had in the past 19 days, to solve this crime. But we are working diligently to do that. We are working diligently to determine a motive, to find people or a person of interest, and to bring a resolution to this case for Deborah Collier and her family. Thank you.
May I make a statement?
Sure, absolutely.
Also, going off of what he said, as far as in a 19-day investigation, I kind of more elaborate on that. This investigation is a marathon. It's not a sprint to the finish. We are going to make sure we take our time so that way when an arrest is made or when persons of interest are actually identified, that there will be ironclad information behind that and supporting our reasoning. We want to encourage anyone that has any information to please reach out. We are following up on any tip and any lead that we could possibly get. My opinion, and I try to leave my opinions out of this, there's no such thing as bad information as far as given to us to follow up with, because we're going to follow up and find out whether it's relevant or whether it's factual or whether it's pertinent to our investigation. So please, if anyone has any information, do not hesitate to reach out and speak with us. You want me to go ahead and just give them put our phone number out? My direct line is 706-839-0560. Investigator Garrison, who is my partner on this investigation, his phone number is 706-839-0559. Please contact us with any information. If anyone has had any kind of contact or has anything that might help us further our investigation.
And that autopsy, when did you guys expect it to?
We're still waiting. We did have a meeting with them. They have prioritized things. So they initially gave us a 6-week time frame, but depending on how long it takes, once we get it back, we will have another update. I promise you that.
One last question, Chief Deputy Kogod, I had asked you this previously, but why was the GBI not requested to lead this investigation?
Because the Habersham County Sheriff's Office is a full-service sheriff's office. We are a full-service law enforcement agency. We have a complete division that is dedicated to investigating crimes that occur here in Habersham County. It is made up of professional men and women, law enforcement officers who have received special training in death investigations and crime scene. However, as any law enforcement agency will do, we still reach out to our counterparts, be it the GBI, FBI, and private entities that have resources that can help us with situations or items that may need a little more expertise, that may need a little more knowledge than we have. We reach out to them, and all of our partners have been tremendous help and given us that guidance that we need when we call on them. So it's a total team effort. We are just the lead agency because we're responsible for investigating crimes here in Habersham County.
Oh, the video that you discovered, will that be available soon?
Yes, we will make the video available. We will have it to you. If you will leave us an email address to send, we will send it to you by close of business today. Okay, thank you very much.
And again, like I said, the picture of the vehicle, I'm going to leave right here. So that way y'all can actually get a better picture of that.
Jason, if you just leave that picture up there, I'll make sure.
Yeah, I'll let you right there on the table.
Hey, for anybody else interested, I can give you the information of the folks.
Okay, I just want to say real quick, look how dark those windows are. I don't know. I mean, I think it would be hard for them to see on camera. I mean, you can see in there, but you can't tell if there's a second person. That's dark tint. I mean, that's what it would look like. Probably worse from, like, that's what you could see from a camera. So if somebody was like hiding under the seat or leaning down, it would be hard to see. Trying to see if there's anything else. No, that's it. Oh, I guess we lost Queen. I didn't even realize. Yeah, I think it's pretty telling that they said they don't want to tip off. Oh, yeah, I didn't even realize that a taillight out. So much for a good rental car having a taillight out, right? So they said they don't want to put out certain information because they don't want to tip off person or persons of interest. They said that this was not a random act of violence, that this was targeted. Like, it wasn't, some random kidnapper who jumped in the car and said, let's go. It was a targeted, like, sounds like planned out killing. And they said that it's still being treated as a murder investigation. So that's crazy. I think it sounds like they think it's the daughter.
Sorry about that. I got kicked out and couldn't get back in.
Okay.
I appreciate you playing that. Thank you. I don't have a way to stream it, so I appreciate it. And I was helping my aunt get her antibiotics. I do it every morning. So I was busy trying to do that and change her bandage and stuff. I was like, man, I hope she knows I'm listening. But then my phone, of course, it kicked me out of StreamYard. I'm like, damn it. So then I had to try to get back in. I'm like, thank God she's up there and knows what to do. So, okay. So what do y'all think about the press conference, baby? What do you think now that I didn't get to hear half of it, but I'll go back and listen to it and feel, you know what I mean?
So,
but what do you think about it now? Like what,
so at the points that I took from it, I lost my chance to show a peen while Queen was away. I don't have a peen to show, but I could have porn bombed her. No, I think what was telling in the beginning, they said,
damn it, you lost your chance.
I know. In the beginning, they said that she was in the parking lot till 3:20. So that Venmo had to have been sent from the parking lot. Like, she didn't leave till after 3:20, so it had to have been sent while she was there.
Yeah, they said she sat outside for 10 minutes after she left the store.
Don't be a liar. We know your hubby is the peen bobber. I know. He is. I should have called him in. He's in the other room. According to NC, he is.
Yeah, I was gonna say I will never forget the day Natasha tried to blame your husband. I'm like, oh no, she didn't. Crazy shit. I dropped the link, so if anybody wants to come up and chit chat about it, you're welcome to hit the link and come on up. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go let the dogs back in.
All right. The back windows on that van are dark as shit too. So I don't know how they would be able to tell for sure that she was alone. NorCal, I feel like I have to rewind about them saying that she was shopping in the dollar store for supplies for her daughter, because it seemed unclear to me if they were implying that at that particular point in time she was, or if she was earlier, or if, because they said something like, we asked if the daughter was with her and they said no. So I don't know. I was confused about that. But they also said the daughter talked to her around noon on the phone Saturday. So I have to map out how long it takes from her house to up there, because say her daughter calls her at noon and says, hey, meet me here for this or whatever, right? Then she drives up there. So it's at 12. Then she gets ready and drives up there. So I just want to see how long it would take to get there. So let me Google Earth this. Get my addresses. Yeah, it's 60. How long is a 60-mile drive? Roughly 90 minutes. So an hour and a half. So, yeah, I mean, what if she called her at noon and said, hey, can you meet me here? And then she goes up there and meets her. And, I feel like they were hinting that they think it's the daughter. It just sounds like that's where they were going with it. They said to help her clean her daughter's apartment. But why go all the way up there when... Wait. Her daughter lives at that house, though. It's not an apartment. Unless... She has a different place we don't know about? This is my issue. The house where the daughter lives, if I have this correctly, is close to Debbie's house. Like, not far at all. Unless she got a different apartment. But I'll show you guys. Hold on. Let me mark all the stuff so you can see. All right. Okay. I gotta spin this map. Hold on. I'll show it to you guys in 1 second.
I want to say TGIF, but these fucking dogs are irritating my damn soul. Do you understand me? Oh, look at you, Stum. You got it muted or what?
Oh, yep, I'm muted.
Sorry, I tried to unmute you and
quick.
you muted yourself. I get.
They say the daughter lives in one of the mom and stepdad's houses. So where does the daughter live from the mother from that dollar store?
All right, so here's Debbie's house, right here. And then here's her daughter's house, right here.
So how far away is that? Like miles?
And then look, but watch. Here's where she was found, and here's where the dollar store is, way up here.
Right here, way up there.
So, like...
Hold on 1 sec. I'm going to pop this up. We have 2 more people wanting to come up, but I just want to make sure. Excuse the... Are you up here?
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Do you need me to show my face?
No. I was going to say, I got you up here on the panel, so don't. I don't want to drop the screen, and then, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, I wanted to know if you wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to show my pain.
No, you're fine. True texting you up here, man?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to interrupt Kate, but I wanted to make sure you guys were up here too. All right, you guys, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, daughter
where
house.
was the daughter's boyfriend? How
What?
come nobody's asking where was the daughter's boyfriend? Like we cared where Amanda supposedly was, but where was he?
Good question.
Well, why
I think it's telling that they said they don't want to tip off persons of interest with an S. I think they think there's more than one person involved.
So I was crazy with what's his name? Gray. And I thought, oh, he might be right. The daughter didn't do it, and we have no proof of it. And I watched Gray with this one. So I was like, I don't think she did. But what about her boyfriend? Maybe she didn't do it, but what about that boyfriend? Where was he?
But here's the question. Why send that Venmo
to the drug addict daughter, but not the good son?
The thing is with the Venmo, though, they're trying to find out what device it was sent from. So it might not have been Debbie's phone. It could have been from an iPad or whatever. So they're trying their hardest to find what device it was. That's what he said, which I thought was really interesting.
Well, and you know what else, though?
but regardless, if it was sent from another phone, then she's still sus because.
But if the iPad wasn't with Debbie,
but that's what I mean. Someone else could have had it. It doesn't mean it's necessarily from Debbie who sent it.
Right, because her and Steve have a matching account, like a joint account. Both of
Exactly.
them can send it. And if the daughter has the password and the credit card numbers, she can send it.
Yep.
Did you hear them say they don't even know where the money is? If my mother was murdered and she sent me a Venmo and that was her last Venmo, I would have made sure they knew right where that money was if I had nothing to
Venmo
do.
can see what's going on. They can see that money transaction.
Wait, but did you hear the
But listen
cops
to
say-
this, though. What I thought was, what if her daughter and her, whoever she was messing with was in that rehab and she asked her mom to go drop stuff off to him or drop it off across the street to him and had no idea that this was going to happen. You know what I'm saying?
But then how would he get into the mother's Venmo when they had just got, and they just got
Well, if
their
they have a joint account and dad's at home, and they said dad was relying on everything Amanda was telling him. That's why he was getting so frustrated, because he said Amanda said no, she didn't have a purse, and she did. Amanda said that she left at a certain time, and she did. Like, there were certain things that's why, you know what I mean?
I think it was strange that he also said that like he referred to her getting the Venmo as a text, not her getting money. He was like, she sent a text to, like, I feel like Amanda didn't initially tell him about the money right away.
Oh, probably not, because he could have. Well, I don't know how Venmo works, but did you hear the son tell everybody to leave all this alone? Like, no, if this doesn't get pushed, I mean, what is gonna happen? You're, I think he's saying leave it alone because he knows his sister or sister's boyfriend is guilty.
Oh, they're definitely on it though. They like, you can tell the police have somebody in mind. And he said they don't want to say what warrants were executed because he doesn't want to give away persons of interest, but we do know that a search warrant was executed on the daughter's home.
Right, that they only lived there 2 days. They just got back from Massachusetts 2 days.
Well, yeah, but they obviously felt like they were going to find something, because the judge is not going to just sign off a warrant on nothing.
Yeah, so true.
So they obviously, 2 days or not, they obviously felt like there was stuff there or evidence there that she was withholding or wasn't, you know what I'm saying? She wasn't being honest about it. And maybe she didn't let him in. Maybe she was like, no, I'm not letting you guys in. And he's like, okay, well, we're coming in anyways. You know, I mean.
Why didn't she say, like, somebody's in my car making me buy tarp, lighter fluid, and the red bag, and what was the other item?
Because I don't think anybody was in her car at that time. I don't think she's seen this coming. That's I think she was caught off guard.
Yeah, Steve, my original theory, if it wasn't the daughter, was that it might have been she was helping a homeless person and she bought those items because the homeless person needed a tarp to keep dry and the torch to light a fire. Sorry, I have a baby that's screaming. Girl!
It's all good. We all got kids, girl. It's all good. That's all good.
Yeah, and that she was buying the torch to help them light a fire because obviously it's wet, it's raining. It would help to, start a fire out there. And then she said, "Oh, I can give you a lift somewhere." As soon as they got in the car, they carjacked her. That was my original theory. But after the conference, I feel like that's just been blown out the water.
Or do you think that the daughter texted the mom that the boyfriend needed those items at the rehab?
This is it. That's what I mean. That theory's got my theory of the homeless person's now gone because of that.
Well, yeah, they would have seen somebody like get in the car or something, or
Yeah.
they said it was targeted. It wasn't some random act of violence. So we know that it wasn't some. They're on to something because they said they were like very sure, like, no, this was not a random act of violence, which means it's not some random homeless person just attacking her. This is somebody who knows her targeting her, which I feel like said everything.
I'm also really interested into the boyfriend's friends and Amanda's friends because they're all going to be sort of dodgy characters anyway.
Man, they just came home back to her, and she put them in a home in 2 days. 2 days, and took the girl to dinner and to lunch. Helped her clean her house. Dang, man.
I wonder. I was gonna say, I wonder if the daughter was able to get like into her Venmo or something. But it is strange that it was.
She admitted to knowing the passwords.
Yeah, she does.
Okay, Kate, if I said, hey, my Venmo's locked up, I can't get in it, I'm going to give you the username and password. And I'm going to have you sign in it. I did it with, I'm not going to say who her name is, but one of my mods helped me set up my PayPal when I couldn't figure out how to get it set up. And I gave her the username and password. She signed right into it and then fixed the password and gave it to me, and I changed the password.
True. What if the mom
I mean,
didn't know what
that's
she
what I'm saying. Like, because, I'm not tech savvy at all. When I first started this, I had no fucking idea how to set any of the stuff up. Like, none of it.
What if the daughter said, hey, I need you to, maybe she said, I need you to create a Venmo so you can send me money to Maryland or whatever. You know, she lived in Maryland, so she couldn't meet her for money. So she creates a Venmo, but the mom doesn't know how to do it. So the daughter's like, here, let me help you. I'll help you set it up. Gets all the information and just starts sending herself money.
I said this about the Venmo as well, because everybody was like, oh, well, what if the Venmo was meant for the husband? But if she had to quickly send the money, if it was a situation where, you know, that was the last minute thing that she could do to send the money out of her account, the daughter would have been the first person there because she was always bailing the daughter out. But that would make sense if they set up the Venmo, especially to send the daughter money.
And what was up with the boyfriend's weird statement where we are watching movies?
Oh, I was locked up in my bedroom watching movies or whatever it was.
Oh, now they're saying they're so scared. They're barricading their door because they feel like somebody's going to come get them.
But still, she was brutally murdered. Are you going to get on there and say, we're in watching movies? Like, what? No.
Well, yeah, like Allie Joe said, I find it very weird and telling that Amanda's boyfriend said that Ellie ruled him and Amanda out, yet we just heard this morning that Ellie hasn't ruled anyone out. So why would he say that?
Oh, yeah, that's huge. And I believe it was him in those comments by some of the stuff that he was saying. And if it was him, he also lied about his drug test, because he said that he peed clean for the past like 8 months, but he has a warrant out for his arrest for violating his probation. Now, I don't know if he didn't pee clean or if he just wasn't I think it was because he wasn't responding.
Well, you can there's a whole lot of, you can violate your probation just by not going to your appointments or not answering the phone when they call, or, you know, there's multiple things that can violate your probation shit depending on what kind of probation he had.
Yeah, I think he was not showing up because maybe he was living with her in Maryland. I think maybe that's why.
Yeah, so then, yeah, he probably wasn't going for his appointments or his home visits or whatever. You know, probation's a bitch, though. I'll tell you that right now because I've been on it. It's a fucking bitch.
Yeah. But then he wasn't peeing clean. Well, he technically wasn't peeing clean for the past 8 months if he wasn't showing up to even pee. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my ass jumped through those hoops. They said, how high? And they said, jump. I said, how high? How many times? Where do you need me to go?
Where'd you want me?
I don't give a shit. I ain't doing this again. Lesson learned, and that was a tough life lesson, man. I ain't even gonna lie. It was rough.
Did you see the cop cam of him when he showed up to her house claiming that she was stealing $500 a week from him and that he wanted his stuff and all? Did you see that, Queen?
Yeah, he goes, yeah, I heard him say that. He goes, she takes like $500 to $600 out of my checks every week. And he's like, the officer's like, well, why don't you change your bank account information? He's like, I went to paper checks so she couldn't do it again.
And then he changed it to 700, then back to 500, then back to 400. Did you notice that?
Well, no, but I'm telling you now, she's doing dope and she's taking $500 and $600 a week. She's got a pretty damn decent habit there.
He was definitely on dope. He went from 700 to 600 to 500 to 400 to 700.
Did any of you actually listen to the 911 calls?
No, I haven't heard the 911.
You need
Girl, you ain't
to
heard the
listen
911 calls yet.
You need to listen to them.
Kate, do you have time to play them?
She was on something during that 911 call. I'm sorry, I don't care what anybody says. She was on something, and she was guilty AF. She tried to say that she had information, that she had an update, and then as soon as they were like, okay, she gave the case number and everything like that, and they were like, okay, what's your update? She's like, oh, no, I don't have an update. I just wanted to know about this, and this. And then, do I need to hire a private investigator? She went off on this tangent about a bunch of crap. But it was almost like she was trying to get information on what the police knew. You've got to listen to it.
Too. I thought she was fishing. That's what it sounded like. I said Maryland weird.
How is she going to afford a private investigator with a $500 a week dope habit?
She was on dope at the time that call was made. I'm sorry. You could hear it in her voice. She was out of it.
Well, yeah, and I mean, shit, $500 to $700 a week is really not shit. I mean, there's people, like they said, there's people using that spend, up to $200, $300 a day on dope. I mean, you can have a hellish habit.
That's crazy. $360 a day. Holy
And
fuck.
I mean, honestly, and then they said, look, if she has, okay, look, if her stepdad and her mom have a joint account on the Venmo, and they've sent her money and they're known for sending her money, she more than likely has access to her mom's bank account, which is probably on a phone or a laptop or an iPad, to know how much money was left in her account, to know it would not overdraft her. She said there was $20 left in the account, right?
She left them $20 in their account.
Well, somebody did. Yes, her mom, whoever sent the Venmo, it left $20 in their account.
Oh, wow.
It was a very exact amount that was taken.
So they had her phone.
I wonder if she gets paid a certain amount every paycheck that her daughter knows, or she knows she gets a certain, dollar amount from something.
Robert, Ryan, if you want to come up here, you're welcome to come up. Kate, do you have time to play the 911 calls again?
Yeah, I can play a 911 call. Do you want me to just play Amanda's or all of them?
Yeah, all three of them if you can. That way, if people, the ones who have not heard it, they can hear it all. You know what I mean? They can hear all three of them.
All right.
Yeah, the 911 calls are so important.
Let me see. All right, you can add it. There you go.
Amanda Bearden, and I filed a missing persons
Kate, you
report
have to mute because it's echoing.
Sorry.
Yesterday, excuse me, and I was just wondering if maybe I could speak with the detective that's been assigned to her case.
Do you have any further information?
I sure do. I mean, do you want the case number? I mean,
Give me the case number so I can look it up that way.
Bear with me just a second. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, it's 2022 dash 0910 0216.
216.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a second. And the detective may not actually be in the building yet, so I may have to get your patrol officer, okay? So just bear with me just a second.
Okay.
So 09010.
I'm sorry, the handwriting is not that great, but it's 09100216.
Sorry about that. I think I missed.
No, you're fine. It's only me.
On Rocky Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what kind of update do you have, just so I know what to try to...
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean like I had an update. I just meant... Oh, my God. I didn't mean... I'm sorry. I'm not in a clear mental state. This is my mother that's missing. I just wanted to talk to them. I wanted to see if maybe there was something that I could do. I do have the rental agreement number if they needed that. I mean, that's the only thing that I have to offer. So maybe, because she was in a rental car, I do have her rental agreement number. If they could maybe trace the GPS in it.
Okay, what's your phone number?
I'm her daughter.
Yes, ma'am. Take a deep breath for me, okay?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I'd be upset too. I completely understand that part, like being upset about it. So the officer that took your report is already gone for the day. He worked last night. And then the detectives, I don't think they're in the building right now. They're kind of working on an on-call basis, so I don't know that I can get in touch with them unless I have something, fresh to give them, and that would be something. But I can see if I can get another officer to call you back, okay?
Okay.
And we've got the bolo out for her. Like, we got everybody, you know, keeping their eyes peeled for her and that kind of thing. So,
I'm not trying to be a smart aleck here or anything, but do I need to hire a private detective maybe? Because I mean, and I'm not trying to be ugly or anything, but I don't understand I mean, I know you don't know everything, of course, but why hasn't what I've asked being done? Like, why isn't the GPS in her van being traced? Do I need a private detective to do that? I mean, I'm not trying to be ugly or anything.
I know.
I just, the most help.
Okay, so here's the thing. She's what is she?
She's an adult.
Right.
I get it.
So that makes things a little more difficult because people are allowed to leave and go and do things without telling other people. And I know that's not a good answer. I understand that. But that is also, you know, that is also part of it because she is an adult. So it just takes some time also to do these things. And so I don't specifically know what they've done yet or not. I wasn't here last night, so I don't know. But from my understanding, they would be doing everything that we know to do currently. But I will definitely get somebody to call you back. Okay?
Okay, thank you for talking to me.
It's no problem, ma'am. I'm so sorry. I hate that this is happening to you. What was your name again, sweetie?
Amanda Bearden.
Amanda Bearden. Spell your last name.
BearDen.
Okay. All right. I'll get somebody to call you back here shortly. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So this call was made before she was found.
Athens Clark County Police.
Hi, can I speak with Colonel Johnson?
Yeah. And this is her
Okay,
second
I don't have
one.
a Colonel Johnson.
Okay. He just called me. I have some more information for him, and I wanted to get it to him. My name's Amanda Bearden.
Okay. All right. Hold on one second. I talked to you earlier. So it was
Yes.
Sergeant Johnson we had you talk to. Hold on.
Sergeant Johnson. I'm sorry, honey.
No, that's okay. There's lots of Johnsons around here, so I want to make sure I got
No,
the right one.
I get it.
You just need him to call you back.
Yes, ma'am. I thought about it, and I have her iCloud information. I know that and correct me if I'm wrong, but if the phone is turned off, it would still track her. But I do have her. I've got her Apple ID and what I thought was her password, but the password isn't working. I don't know if y'all have technology or whatever, but I do have. I don't know. I mean, you know.
All right, hold on one second, okay?
He said he'd call me back. Okay, thank you.
All right, ma'am, he said he'd be
Ryan,
calling
I've dropped the link. I was going to say the link should be dropped. I'll go pin it real quick so you know where it's at the top.
So they have another 911 call that we didn't listen to. That was her sister Diane, who said something about a tow truck driver. But I feel like if they're hinting that it's not like if that it's targeted, that might not have nothing to do with it. But I could play that too after this.
911.
Yes. Came home. My wife wasn't home. Her driver's license still in there. The rental car's gone, and her daughter's here. And we were kind of worried about what's happening and where she's at. I was wondering if you could send somebody over here.
Okay. Do you have any medical issue, let's say like Alzheimer's or something like that?
No. She's 59 years old. No, she has no medical issues like that. And according to her daughter, who went up and her purse is still here with her driver's license. The only thing is the phone is gone, and she sent her daughter a text about 2 hours ago saying they won't let me go. Whatever that means, we don't know. And I've been gone all day parking cars for the football game and all, and that's where we at.
What's your address, sir?
435 Rocky Drive, Athens, Georgia.
You said 435 Rocky Drive?
Yes, it's right next to Sandy Creek Park.
Okay, so she sent your daughter a text message saying that
My stepdaughter.
that they won't let her go,
Yeah, she got a text message saying that.
and it come from her number, right? What's your name, sir?
Steve Collier.
Spell your last name for me.
Collier.
And your wife's name?
Deborah. Before we call it Debbie, but it's Deborrah.
Same last name?
Collier, yes.
How old is she? 59?
59. She just turned 59.
You just returned home, right?
Pardon me?
You just returned home, right?
Yes, I just returned home. I was parking cars until about 4:30, and when I came back, the van that she had rented because the car was in the shop was gone. I figured she was shopping for food.
Okay. So and her car is there?
Pardon me? Her van's not here.
Okay. But her driver's license and what else is there?
Right. Yeah, her driver's license is here.
What else did she leave? With a purse or anything else?
Yeah, she left her purse, and her credit cards are here.
When was the last time she was seen?
Well, I left at 9 o'clock. She was still sleeping. So last night, she went to bed last night, and I left, and the van was here.
So is your stepdaughter there though? I mean, did she see her today?
Pardon me?
Did your stepdaughter see her today?
Pardon me?
You say stepdaughter. Did she see her or?
Say that again. I'm trying to control a dog.
Okay, your stepdaughter. Did she see her?
No,
recently?
no, nobody has seen her. I was probably the last person to see her last night.
What time? You said 9 o'clock last night?
Yeah, about 9 o'clock when we went to bed.
You left this morning, right?
Yes, at about 9.
I'm sorry. So did you see her this morning or last night?
No, I saw her last night at about 9 when she went to bed. And when I left, the van was here. And
she was. You don't know if she was still there or not. You didn't see her this morning.
Right, except the van was still here. So I'm assuming she was sleeping.
What time was the message sent to your stepdaughter?
What time? About 2 hours ago?
About 2 hours ago?
Yes.
And it specifically said they won't let me go.
Pardon? Yeah, that's what the message said.
And that's all it said, right?
That's all it said.
And she was last seen driving, or she was driving her. What kind of car is that?
It's I don't know because her car's in the shop, so the rental place on
The van that she was driving, is that what she be in, or you don't know?
no, I don't know. It's Enterprise. She went a call for Enterprise. It's a Pacifica or something.
That's the car you saw this morning, though, right?
Yeah, the black van. Yeah.
It's a black Pacifica,
Yes, I'm pretty sure it's Pacifica.
and that's a rental car.
Yes, from Enterprise.
All right, I'm sorry. What's her birthday?
Deborah. Debie, or her given name is Deborah.
No, her birthday.
D-E-B-O-R-A-H.
Her birthday? Is she white, female, black, female?
Pardon me?
She white or black?
White.
How tall is she?
About 5'5".
How much she weigh?
About 150. 145, somewhere around there.
What color hair?
Blondish.
Would she be going to somebody's house, or?
That's a good question. I thought she was out shopping for food. Her daughter came over with that strange message and then went upstairs to her bedroom and found out that her driver's license and credit card's still here. So that doesn't sound like her leaving the house to go shopping like I thought she was. She usually shops for food on Saturday.
So she don't have any money at all with her, or any other car?
Not to our knowledge. She has nothing.
But she is her purse there?
Yes.
She left the purse as well?
Yes.
Does she have family here in town?
No, just her daughter.
Have you tried to call the hospitals and jails just to be sure?
No, I didn't think of calling the hospital.
Okay. Go ahead. Like I said, I got them on the way out there to you.
Okay.
Go ahead and call both hospitals after and St. Mary's and just check with the jail as well to make sure. And we'll have somebody come out there and talk to you.
Okay. I appreciate it.
And your phone number?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay. Bye.
Oh, I forgot the aunt one. Do you guys want to hear that too, or?
Yeah, they said that was what made everybody suspect of the daughter.
The aunt's one? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically all of this information that the major information on these 911 calls, it's all coming from Amanda. They're relaying what they've been told by Amanda. It's the same with the stepdad and the aunt.
Alright, hold on. Maybe share.
Was that a commercial or something? I just muted it.
Yeah, it's a commercial.
Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell's going on here? First, we got Ryan in the chat playing games with us, talking bullshit with his fake account.
Now,
And then we got people
Nova.
saying mute. Somebody's smoking a vape, and I check everybody's up here is muted. Like, what the fuck is going on right
I
now?
didn't hear anything. Like
I didn't either. So whatever was being heard was in the video. Oh, you ready to pull it up?
Yeah, I got it.
And they both were perfect. There was no vape sound, none of that.
She was missing. Her name. Yes, my name is Diane Shirley, and my
Kate, you have to mute.
lives in Georgia, and my niece told me she was missing. Her name is Deborah Collier, or she could go by Debbie.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if y'all have any information about it.
As far as, I mean, no, not other than what the officer or whoever is working on the case. I don't know anything. Where does she live? Do you know?
All I know is, I'm sorry. I don't know
What's her
her
last name?
address. Collier,
Okay.
Cosier.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have any information. You know, when there's something, they will contact the family. Whenever they, like I said, whenever they have something for that.
Okay.
All right.
We're just not getting information, so I'm just.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
I am really worried about my sister.
Okay.
And
you know, you have any information where she might go, or you have anything to add
well,
to it?
from my niece, she said that she was in an accident about a month ago, and she was, on the road. She was following this truck, and this truck lost a paint can, and the paint can hit my sister's car, and the paint went everywhere. And the driver was trying to convince my sister not to tell the cops that he was driving because he was out on parole, and there was, a stipulation to his parole that he couldn't drive.
I guess. I'm sorry. I was going to ask, do you think that was told to anybody else? Well, do you think that was told to the officer, that concern?
That standing from my niece.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if the officer knows that, but I can have him call you. If you want to pass it along with him, anything to help,
Yes, I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Because I'm in Alabama.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm in Alabama, and I really do. She won't, she's not communicating very well with us, and I really would like to know what's going on.
I got you. Yeah, since you may have insight on that, I'll have the sergeant give you a call. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. That would be wonderful.
All right. And let's see here. Excuse me one more time. What's your name?
My name is Diane Shirley.
And your phone number?
Yes, sir.
And this is your sister, right?
Yes. Her daughter's name is Amanda Bearden. She would have been the one her and her husband, Steve Collier, would have been the ones filing the report, was my understanding from Amanda.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just have him give you a call, okay? And just hang tight, all right?
All right. Thank you so much.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So basically, the daughter's feeding everybody this information. In a nutshell.
Well, you heard her say she's suspect of her,
Yeah.
Which makes me wonder, like, she obviously knows more about her niece than anybody, you know what I mean?
Wait, she said she's suspect of her? I heard her say that
she's not communicating well, meaning that, something's up.
She's not being honest with us.
Right.
I thought she meant that Debbie wasn't communicating well.
What the hell's going on?
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
We've got feedback.
It's not mine, right?
Fuck, I don't know, but I'm irritated today.
Is it mine?
I have no idea. All I know is I hear the shit.
I just muted and it was still happening, so it might be.
True Texan's muted, so it ain't him. Excuse is muted, so it ain't him. Summer, you just muted, so it's got to be you or Kate, or it's got to be me. I think it's you, Summer.
Yeah, I muted and it was still coming, so I think
drop down and come back up. Make sure you pause your YouTube, baby.
Yeah, I thought she was talking about Deborah too. I thought she meant like Deborah
Some,
is. Sorry.
yeah, she said not communicating well. Sorry, not communicating well.
Yeah. I like she could be talking about her. Like I thought like that's why I didn't hear, because I thought she meant like my sister's not communicating well, but I didn't even think about her maybe referring to her niece.
I just wanted to say in the comments, outside the box of Chloe said that in the 911 call from Amanda, she could have been saying that she had the information about what did she say? Outside the box of Chloe, was it the more information was about the details that she needed to get through to the case, or the case number and stuff, as opposed to more information about the case?
They're asking if you can play the sister's call again.
Yeah, I can play. Give me 1 second.
Some Beach,
Yeah.
you coming back up, baby? Just make sure you mute your YouTube in the background. I think it might have came back on again.
Hey, Queen Bee.
Yeah, baby. What's up?
Is this going to be one of your primary cases you're all going to start covering hard, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, for right now, we're talking about it. I mean, what's up? Wait, you got another one you want us to go over?
No. I was just going to dig into it further on my own time, if that's going to be.
Oh, gotcha. Yes. Well, I just didn't know. I mean, I didn't know if you had another one that there was something going on that you wanted to tell us about. You know what I mean?
No, except for if you can find that clue of life I've lost somewhere in the last 24 hours. But other than that, no.
Well, last night was pretty rough. Was you up here last night? Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you was. Yeah, you.
I woke up and you people were crazying up, and I got in on it. And I kept wake up this morning. You're on again. Like, don't you and your folks ever sleep?
Yeah, I went to sleep after that. Got up, took all the kids to school, dropped them all off, went, did her my aunt's antibiotics, did her shot, changed her bandages, popped a StreamYard on. Kate came over, and we got it popping.
Well, hey, women are strong. Us men, we're kind of like.
That's right.
We're kind of like, I ain't gonna say the word, but y'all got my meaning.
Tony said we just went to sleep. We went to sleep, got right back up, got right back to it.
Damn sure did. Damn.
And don't let there be drama, because this ain't shit. We won't even go to sleep.
But there was some drama last night. It's pretty fun. It's pretty funny.
Women, we are strange creatures sometimes.
You can share my screen.
You got it, baby? Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that's a fake ass Ryan account. So I don't know if he's up in your chats, but everybody better be careful of it, because as soon as he's like, oh, I dropped the link, I'm gonna come up. And then he's like, oh, I'm going to the PCs to make it better. And then all of a sudden he clicks the link and he's like, oh, it's a porn link. No, it wasn't. And damn well it wasn't. So stop with the fake ass bullshit. So I would be checking to make sure and checking your accounts and shit when he comes into the chats.
Yeah, because I don't think I'm confused, because I feel like Robert Ryan's a nice dude. Like this must be like a what's it called account, like someone impersonating him, because I was confused as hell. I know I didn't I sent the one link, but I sent right from the StreamYard we have, and it definitely was not a porn link.
Right, and it wasn't for us either. So unless he's got it on his computer and there's some sketch ass shit going on with him, to where he opened up a link and all of a sudden that came up, then that obviously there's some sketch shit going on in your computer that you're doing in your own home.
Ryan Shirley, and my sister lives in Georgia, and my niece told me she was missing, Her name is Deborah Collier, or she could go by Debbie.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if y'all have any information about it.
As far as, I mean, no, not other than with the officer or whoever is working on the case. I don't know anything. Where does she live? Do you know?
All I know is, I'm sorry, I don't know
What's her
her
last name?
address. Collier,
Okay.
Cosier.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have any information. When there's something, they will contact the family. Whenever they, like I said, whenever they have something for that.
Okay.
All right.
We're just not getting information, so I'm just.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
I am really worried about my sister.
Okay.
And
you know, if you have any information where she might go, or you have anything to add
well,
to it?
from my niece, she said that she was in an accident about a month ago, and she was, on the road. She was following this truck, and this truck lost a paint can, and the paint can hit my sister's car, and the paint went everywhere. And the driver was trying to convince my sister not to tell the cops that he was driving because he was out on parole, and there was, a stipulation to his parole that he couldn't drive.
I got you.
You
think that was, I'm sorry. I was going to ask, do you think that was told to anybody else? Well, do you think that was told to the officer, that concern?
That's standing from my niece.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if the officer knows that, but I can have him call you if you want to pass it along with him, anything to help,
Yes, I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, that's no
because
problem.
I'm in Alabama.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm in Alabama, and I'm really too. She won't, she's not communicating very well with us, and I really would like to know what's going on.
I got you. Yeah, since you may have insight on that, I'll have the sergeant give you a call. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. That would be wonderful.
All right. And what is? Let's see here. Excuse me one more time. What's your name?
My name is Diane Shirley.
And your phone number?
Yes, sir.
And this is your sister, right?
Yes. Her daughter's name is Amanda Bearden. She would have been the one that her and her husband, Steve Collier, would have been the ones filing the report, was my understanding from Amanda.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just have him give you a call, okay? And just hang tight, all right?
All right. Thank you so much.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hold on, I'm going to rewind it real quick to that part again because I'm still confused.
She won't, she's not communicating very well with us, and I really would like to know what's going on.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Hold on.
since you may have insight on that,
Appreciate that.
Yeah, that's no
Because
problem.
I'm in Alabama.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm in Alabama, and I'm really too. She won't, she's not communicating very well with us, and I really would like to know what's going on.
I got you. Yeah, since you may have insight on that, I'll have the sergeant give you a call. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. That would be wonderful.
All right. And
what do you say? She may have what? Entitlement? It does sound like, now that we re-listen, it does sound like maybe they're saying she's not the daughter's not communicating with her very well, and
I mean, when something like this happens to your mom and she just moved back there, she could be freaking out. You know what I mean? I'm not.
Yeah. But like maybe she wasn't communicating, like to play devil's advocate here. Maybe she wasn't communicating because there's so much going on, you know. It was like, but it is strange. It does make me side eye her a little more though. Why not send the money?
Okay. I need to hold on. Let me correct the chat. They keep thinking we're talking about Ryan Upchurch. We're not talking about Ryan Upchurch. He was never in here. We're talking about Ryan Roberts or whatever. He was in here, and that's who we're talking about. Ryan Upchurch has not been in here. He hasn't been in the chat. He's not using a fake name. None of that. There was a guy in here named Ryan Roberts, and he was in here, I'm assuming, under a fake name. He said he was going to come up here. I dropped the link. Automatically, he said when he clicked the link, it took him to a PORN site, which it wouldn't have done that. The StreamYard link brought us all up here. So either you're doing something on your computer that you shouldn't be doing that's brought you up here, or you're on some bullshit and I don't want you in my chat like that. So you need to go. Just wanted to clear the air. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely makes me even more sus than I already was, but I feel like after the press conference, they definitely think that, like, I get the vibes that they're leaning towards.
Hold on real quick. I got a question. Okay, so she goes, somebody said the son that asked us all to stop talking about it. That's not her son, though. That's the girlfriend or the daughter's boyfriend, right?
Wait, say that again?
Some Beach said the son that asked us all to stop talking about it. But the son didn't ask us to stop talking about it. Amanda's boyfriend did.
No, well, the son put out like a statement. Hold on.
Okay, yeah. Some Beach said, Kate, can you play the son's clip?
I don't think it was just like a written statement. Hold on.
Yeah, I think it was a written statement just saying that they didn't want any speculation at this time.
Yeah. Well, probably because there's a lot of speculation around the family.
But I mean, I don't think anybody would want any speculation at this time.
Hold on.
Texas Blue Bonnet said it was not a clip. It was written. And yes, it was Debbie's son. Okay, so I must have missed the clip then.
What the heck?
Also, Queen Bee, did you see there was a news clipping saying that Amanda said that she was at the store the same day that her mum was, and then the store
I heard
clerk.
somebody say that, but I've never seen the clip. Do you know where the clip's at?
I've got a screenshot.
Oh, check you out, girl. You are on.
Yeah, I've got a screenshot. I can, if you drop me Kate or your email in the private.
Okay, give me 1 sec.
I will send it on over.
Where the heck is the son's statement? I can't find it. Just basically talks about how much he loves his mom and how she was the light of his life and how she like cared about giving gifts and paying close attention to the holidays, and how she was like a beacon of strength for him, and that he asked people that it's rude for people to contact him or rude for people to contact his family, or to show up at their house, or to speculate about stuff. But I mean, this is so public. It's going to be hard not to. I can't find the son's statement. Oh, here it is. It is with the deepest sadness that I share my mother passed early this month. Thank you to those who have reached out and expressed love for my mother and my family. Below is what I have to share at this time. At this time, I am writing to request respect and privacy during the darkest and most harrowing time for my family. I have been incredibly hurt and disturbed by some of the reporting and information shared regarding the investigation into my mother's death. I'm sure it hurt. Well, this isn't reading it. I'm just saying, I'm sure it hurts to hear that people are saying that his family might be involved. I ask that all attention on this tragic story of my mother's death remain focused on aiding the police investigation. It is not appropriate to approach myself or my family at their homes on our personal social media accounts. It is not appropriate to publish speculation about my family. There is no place for the court of public opinion in the pursuit of justice for my mother, and this speculation continues to be traumatic and hurtful for my family during the most difficult time we have experienced. I will never be able to fully articulate the loss of my mother and what she meant to me. She was my longest source of love, support, and encouragement. My mother was a very vibrant and strong soul. She was a person who valued kindness, empathy, and understanding throughout her entire life. She went through life recognizing the beauty and grace in everything she saw and experienced around her. She enjoyed many aspects of life and knew that daily life was filled with joy and beauty. She spent her time enjoying and making art. She valued listening to dancing and singing along with her favorite music. My mother consumed herself with holidays as her focus remained on family and the value of being together over a home-cooked meal. Each year she would shower her family with thoughtful gifts as gestures to remind you of her constant presence and awareness of your life and your value to her. Most importantly, she always loved, cared, and respected her family. My mother was persistent in her love throughout my entire life, and I will persist until she is given the justice she deserves. Our lives have been irrevocably changed. Our grief is here, and our pain is deep. Again, that is why I'm asking you to please respect our privacy while we learn to cope and adjust with our loss. Anyone with information on my mother's case is asked to contact Habersham Sheriff's investigators, Cal Garrison or George Kaysen at 706-839-0559 or 706-839-0560, respectively. She bought all that stuff for tailgating. I mean, she could have bought it for tailgating, but she drove far away from where the game was. But maybe she was going. Maybe her plan was to go like meet her daughter and then come back and go tailgating. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. Or I don't know, meet whoever. But we'll just say because her daughter called her at noon, maybe her daughter asked her to meet her somewhere, and then she went up there and grabbed stuff for tailgating and was planning on coming back and doing that, considering he was parking cars for the game. So oh, that's
She
a
looks
nice
so
picture.
happy here. Yeah.
Oh. Well, Buttercup, her daughter talked to her on the phone at noon that day. So, but we don't know exactly who we're meeting there.
All right. KDB said her husband was working the car lot and parking cars from 9 to 4:30. Ellie confirmed it's in presser. Okay.
Yeah, they said that they obtained footage of the hubby working. So it sounds like he's cleared.
And Buttercup said no, the game was only 11 miles from her home. She drove 60 miles out. And
Yeah,
I still think it's kind of odd that she went to, was found right across from that rehab center.
Yeah. So Tony, the game was near her. I can show the maps again. The game was near her home, like really close to her home. And she drove about an hour and a half away to this Family Dollar, which was nowhere near the game. But maybe she was buying those supplies to go return home after whatever she was doing to tailgate.
See, the only thing that's really odd is they won't. She in her message she says they won't let me go.
Yeah. All right. How do I show my projects? You can share my screen again. I'll show the map. All right, so this is her house. The game is like, it's in Athens somewhere. Hold on, let me see if I can find the stadium. It's not far from her house. The stadium is, it's around, the stadium's around here somewhere. So here's her house. The stadium's around here. Here's her daughter's house. All very close, right? And if you pull, all right, all the way up here, this is where her body was found. And this is where the Family Dollar was that she went to. So she drove all the way from her house, all the way up to this Family Dollar, and was found here. And the game was all the way back here. Yeah, they said it wasn't a random act of violence. So the key points they said in the presser was they can't say certain things because they don't want to tip off a person or persons of interest. That Debbie was in the Family Dollar till 3:20 p.m. and the Venmo was sent at like 3:17, I think. So the Venmo was sent while she was still in the van. But they don't know what device it was sent from. So we don't know if she sent it or if somebody else sent it. And then they said that they were adamant that this was not a random act of violence. So, and that it was not a kidnapping, and that it's being treated as a homicide.
That tells me they know a lot more than what they're saying, first of all, and second of all, it's still, and normally normally I don't blame the family. Normally it really bothers me when we go straight to blaming the family. But this one right here, I feel it in my gut, and there's something sketch with the daughter. I don't know what it is, but there's something. Either she knows about it or she had something to do with it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And if she didn't do it, she knew something about it. Maybe she didn't know it was going to happen like that, but you know what I mean? Something.
Yeah.
Her purse was found at the crime scene.
And then he said he doesn't want to release info of where they've executed warrants because they don't want to give away persons of interest. And we know that a warrant was executed for the daughter's home. So that's interesting too. I don't like blaming the family either, but this is just something ain't right. Obviously, the family's getting all the information from her. She's, sharing out all this information, giving everyone a narrative. It's weird that Steve immediately said that the daughter received a text and didn't say anything about money. There's just too many things that don't add up for me.
Yeah, and there it is, and it says right there, Steve Collier paid Amanda Bearden 11 days?
Yeah, 11 days ago.
Okay, so then it says, they are not going to let me go. Love you. There is a key to the house in the blue flower pot by the door.
Yeah, and it's just super weird. Oh, they said they don't believe it's drug related. So it came out, people were saying that it was drug related because when they have to check off certain things. They have to check off everything that it could be related to, and they checked off drug related because they have to check that off if they haven't ruled it out yet. But at this point, they do not believe it was drug related.
Yeah, okay. So I just came up here because after the press, I didn't watch the beginning of the press because I kind of came in a little bit later. But a couple of things stood out to me. Her purse and her phone was found at the crime scene. So Amanda is saying that her mom only took her debit card and her driver's license. Everything else left behind is now invalid. So what that makes me think is she was creating the her alibi. She was creating an alibi. Oh, I know my mom left stuff behind. She left her purse and her phone behind. I know because I was at her house. That's the only way she would have known that.
Or maybe she like stole things out of it or something like that.
Right.
And she thought that it was going to burn, but the fire went out, you know, and
well,
and it,
that's if she was there. So,
yeah.
I said this earlier. When the law enforcement was asked, where was Amanda at this time? They deflected that question hard. Did you see? He went all the way back to, oh, well, we know she was living in Maryland, and about 3 days ago she moved here. You know what I mean? They deflected that question, and I feel like that went over a lot of people's head. They did not say exactly where she was.
Yeah.
If they're not thinking about her as a person of interest, they would have felt comfortable be like, oh, well, we know Amanda was at her mom's house at the time.
Yeah, they said they're not ruling anybody out at this time, but they did say they obtained footage of the dad at work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they're pretty much clearing him, openly.
Or maybe she went back to the house and stole some things from her mom's house and then made sure to leave the keys in the flower pot. So when Steve got home, be like, why the heck are you here? And we're like, oh, I got a text from mom saying the key was in the flower pot, blah, blah, blah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because maybe she wasn't allowed to just walk up in their house.
Yeah. And the other thing that I want to know is, based off of the neighbor statements, they were fairly secluded. They kept themselves secluded. They didn't go to, what did they say? They didn't go to no block parties. They didn't have dinner parties. They kept to themselves. So how many people does she actually know in her life? Does she go to church? Does she have a job? You know what I mean? Like how many people are friends in her life? So if they know that this was an random act of violence, then we got to look at this close circle of hers. We know her sister's out of state, so her sister, can't be involved. We know her husband was at work. Her son also in Maryland, out of state. Who else does she know?
And I'm so mad nobody asked the police officers about the argument the night before.
Yes.
Like, why did nobody ask that question?
Right.
Because I feel like that was so... She was arguing with a female the night before and they could hear it, then,
Mm-hmm.
But we know she was alive on Saturday because conveniently the daughter talked. Sounds like the daughter was the last person to talk to her at noon. Or maybe not the last person, but one of the last people, because he said she talked to the daughter on the phone around noon.
They did confirm that she for sure talked to her daughter on the phone, right?
Yes.
That was at noon though. Okay.
Yeah.
So that gives it time. So look, okay, let's paint the picture, right? She wakes up, her husband saw the van 9 a.m. She wakes up in the morning, gets herself ready. Okay, let's say she gets up at 9, to make herself breakfast, drink a cup of coffee, take a shower, put your clothes on, get your hair combed, makeup possibly, right? You're leaving out the door at about noon. So you're calling your daughter and be like, I'm on my way. Is that too much? Is that too much speculation?
Or daughter called her at noon and said, "Hey, well, she didn't get up there till about 3 o'clock. It's like an hour or
Right.
2:55. She arrived at the store, so her daughter probably called her and said, "Hey, can you meet me somewhere?" Mom got dressed and ready, and boom, left to go meet her.
Right. Another thing, this reminds me, the other thing that was not clear in the press conference, it made me very confused. I believe someone asked about how did they know that she went to that particular Family Dollar, because even if she frequent Family Dollar a lot, who would have thought she would have went 60 miles? You know what I mean? So how did you obtain that footage? No one came forward and said, "Oh, I think I saw this lady at my store this day." No, what did they say? Amanda said she frequents Family Dollars often. Amanda said she does. So y'all just happen to be going looking at Family Dollars all around the state? So, I don't know, that I feel like they said something without trying to say something, and then they tried to backpedal. Did you notice
Girl,
that,
you're
Kate?
so right.
Oh
You're
yeah, I
so
got that
right.
vibe.
Yeah,
I gotta watch
that's
that part again
crazy.
because it was very confusing. I'm not gonna lie, like I was half asleep. I had just woke up when I was watching that presser, but I'm like, wait a minute. That is a good question. How do you know that she went to that one? How do you know to obtain the footage from that particular store?
I'm so
Yeah.
happy you picked that up.
Yeah.
I know earlier it was talked about drugs, but okay, if this is going to be a tailgate or something, maybe it's gambling money.
I think the police totally said it's not drugs. I don't know what evidence they're going on that though, but I never thought that it was because of drugs for her, for Deb. There's no way. She doesn't come across someone that would have involved herself into that. She fought hard for her daughter to not be in that lifestyle.
Yeah, she looked like she went to church. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We were kind of talking about it yesterday too. Like if drugs were involved, it would be something like pain pills because she it was said that she had like a bad back or something. But I can't see look, the only problem I have with that is she has insurance. Why can't she just go to the doctor? If the doctor's not giving it to her anymore, she can go to a different doctor. You don't need to go find it on the streets. You don't need to go find some whatever pain pill. I don't know. Morphine, is that a pain pill? Anywho, like you don't need to go find that off the street. Like if you have a bad back and you are reliant on these pain pills to like kind of have a normal life for yourself, I just can't see her calling up a dealer and be like, "Hey, meet me about an hour away." You know what I mean? Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it really doesn't make sense. Humpy and Beck says she was paying off a drug dealer's debt for her daughter, but we don't know that though.
Mm-hmm.
And I think sometimes we think it's help, but it's actually enabling. Well, yeah, but we don't know though. You know what I mean? Should Amanda could have sent that money to herself or something? You know, we don't know if her mom was doing that or not. Maybe they had a fight. Maybe that's what the fight was about. She moved down here and wanted money and stuff, and she's like, "No, I'm not helping you. I'm not doing this. This is what you want to do. Then you need to go somewhere else."
I think if anything, well, I think she sent that Venmo to make herself look innocent, like
Right,
other
and
like people
Yeah.
kidnapped her mom and it wasn't her, and two, because she wanted money, she needed money. You know what I mean? Like two, she gets in her mind it's 2 for 1. Oh, I'll say, they have me and won't let me go. She probably sent it from her own device, pretending to be her mom, to make it be like, okay, like this is an alibi for me or whoever was involved, because now it would put the police on, the kidnapping thing. I think the police know that she sent it from I feel like if they found Debbie's phone, right? They said they found it at the scene. It was there. They find it. How do they not know if it was sent from her phone? You know what I mean? Can't they just check that?
They, I believe it was brought up during the presser, and they said they cannot confirm at the time where the Venmo payment was sent.
Yeah, I think she purposely sent that. I think the daughter had her information somehow. And it was that particular amount was probably amount of money that she needed, you know, like probably needed like $2,200 for rent or something. So she, you know,
Can you hear me?
plus an extra $185 for whatever else she needed, or I don't know. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I cut out for a second. I was saying, what was I saying? Dang, I didn't forget what I was saying, but I said something and I cut out. Dang, I forgot. But I have another thought. Remember when Amanda said, girl, I'm tired. I don't Dang, I lost two thoughts at once. Hold on, let me take a break. I'll be back.
Yeah, I think
we're all tired. Shit, we're all tired.
Right.
Had a late night and an early morning. We're gonna all need catnaps today. Shit.
I definitely think she sent that Venmo as an alibi for her. Like, oh, you know, it's not me because my mom said they have me.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Oh, I know what I was gonna say. The second thing I was gonna say was, remember when Amanda went straight, like after law enforcement found the van, she went straight to the body after arriving there?
Yep.
Yes.
Well, how
They
did she
didn't
know?
tell her the exact location. They just said it was on this road, and she went straight to them.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was real strange that the officer making the report made a point to specify that. You know what I mean? Like that he meant to specify that for some reason.
Yeah.
Like why would it's just weird. Why would he say, yeah, we gave her an approximate ping and she just pulls up? I mean, a ping is usually within 5 miles, and that was a really random place off a highway. It wasn't like, you know, like that's not easy to find, in my opinion.
Well, not
like,
only that, it's right across the fucking highway from a rehab. You said a men's facility, right?
Yep.
A men's rehab facility, and she knew exactly where to go. Are you kidding me?
That's why I think the boyfriend's friends might be involved, or someone that they know from that area. It has to be.
Or somebody that she's been messing with, somebody else that she, you know what I mean? She's been, you know.
I was on a panel and we were talking about the possibility that the boyfriend or friends could be involved, and they straight up disagreed. And I just, in my head, I'm just like, well, it makes complete sense. And I thought, and this is another thing that people have disagreed with me with, is I don't think that the daughter was there. I don't think she was at the crime scene when what happened to her mum happened. I think she sat back whilst everything happened.
Or maybe they stayed at a friend's house or something the night before, and she called her mom and was like, hey, like, I need you to pick us up or whatever.
Yeah. I don't think she was hands-on in it. I think she was the person that orchestrated it, but I think she stayed away as far as she could whilst other people did the dirty work.
Yeah, they've
That's just my opinion.
they've served several search warrants. They're just not saying who and where. Well, we know the daughter's one. Maybe her boyfriend might be the other one.
And they took their phones as well, so I'm sure
as well as her house. Okay, so we'd say, you know, Steve and Debbie's house, Amanda's house, Amanda's boyfriend Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Or Andrew is her boyfriend. Jeffrey's a brother.
Andrew. Sorry, Jeffrey's the brother, right?
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Okay.
Queen,
sorry
did you get the email?
No, no, baby. I sent in the back chat. It never came in, so I didn't know if you forgot the OG because it's QueenBOG888@gmail.com.
Oh no, I did.
Okay, I
So,
didn't get it yet. I'll go check again. Hold on.
so Amanda isn't living with Andrew?
They are living together in a house owned by Steve.
Okay, so
but maybe they got down there and were staying with somebody and then went there, or something like that.
No email yet.
So it is queenb888og@gmail.com.
No, it's Queen BOG.
Oh, okay.
I think you said like that. I think you flip flopped them around by accident, or you know what I'm saying. But okay,
that's fine. I'll send it now.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in the back chat again just in case.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's really bothering me what I forgot earlier. There was something about Amanda and the Venmo. It was a good point too. I just really can't remember what it was. Wish I can go back in time.
Okay, so look, check this out. She gets up. We don't know what happened previously. So either Amanda could have called her and said, hey, can you pick this, and this up at the dollar store and drop it off across the way at the rehab to my buddy? Not knowing what was going to happen. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. I don't know. Seems like she sent that text to herself, but let's go back for a second. Okay, so we don't know. So she shows up at the Family Dollar, right? Pulls in the parking lot, gets out of the car. We see her walk in. We know this to be a fact. She walks in, hits the lock on her car, goes in the store. She buys a lighter, paper towels, a blue tarp, a red tote bag. Walks out to her vehicle. She sits in the vehicle for up to 10 minutes, right? So obviously she's in there on the phone doing something. She's doing something in the vehicle. Sitting there for 10 minutes, you would say, okay, so if we just sat here right now and we said, okay, if it's 10:35 my time, we're going to stay until 10:45 in silence. That's 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Wait,
it's a long time. It's longer than you feel like, you know what I'm saying? You say 10 minutes, it seems like it's real short, but I mean, that's enough time for her to be sitting in the car. What was she doing in that 10 minutes? She was sitting in the parking lot. Was she waiting on somebody? Did she meet somebody? Did somebody get dropped off to her? Was she supposed to be waiting? You know what I'm saying? Meeting somebody there.
They have her on They have her car on surveillance, leaving.
Pulling out?
Yeah, pulling out. So I don't know if they have surveillance.
I missed it. Okay.
Yeah. So maybe they have surveillance of her sitting in the parking lot as well. So they would have seen if somebody came or went. But
right.
Silly
Okay.
Pizza,
So we know nobody came or went then. So it's because it's on camera. Okay. I missed that part on the news. The news. Do you want to play that again? The news. I guess is it long? I missed some of it because I was doing my aunt's IV and her changing her wound dressing. So I missed some of the news this morning when we were playing it.
It's like 20 minutes probably.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll just watch it then. I'll just watch it on my own.
Silly Pizza said the cops are not happy that the money has already been spent. A key detail that Mandy already spent all the money and the police cannot locate it. That's interesting.
Well,
yeah, that is very interesting. I didn't know that.
They asked where the money was, and they said we can't locate the money. Like what happened with the money, and they said we can't locate what happened with the money at this time.
See that my problem. Yeah, my problem with that is you got this strange Venmo from your mom. It worried you so much. You were so worried about your mom. You texted your stepdad what happened, and then you go spend the money?
Yeah.
It's only been 11 days.
But how has the police not found where the money is gone in that time? How have they not traced it? I thought it'd be relatively simple to see whether she sent it to another account, took that money out. You know what I'm saying? To find those details, it wouldn't be that hard.
Sometimes it takes a while to obtain the info because like sometimes it takes like weeks to get all their info.
Yeah.
Usually places aren't really like very open about just like giving the
banking
stuff
information and stuff.
Yeah, unless it's subpoenaed because So that's probably the case. I'm looking up Andrew, his only associate I can find listed with him is Amanda, but he does have a lot of family members, so I'll see if I can find any that are
Well, let me ask a question, because I don't do Venmo. I do like Apple Pay. So with Apple Pay, right? And I know Venmo can be completely different, so that's why I just want to ask. So with Apple Pay, if somebody sends me cash, I can spend that money straight from my phone. Is Venmo the same way?
I don't think so, but they might have like a Venmo card you can get. Does anyone know if you can get like a Venmo card?
Yeah.
Because like Cash App, you can get a Cash App card and people can send it to you and it'll go straight to a card.
Yeah. Apple has the same thing. You can also transfer it to a bank account.
Yeah.
So if it was transferred to a bank account, then that would make sense why they can't find it. But I feel like that's odd phrasing. Oh, we can't find the cash. Well, is it in a bank account? Because that's an easy way to go find it.
Yeah.
And is that one of the warrants that was that one of the several warrants they issued? Was her bank account, maybe?
Maybe. I'm sure they have gotten warrants for that. It'll take a little bit for it to come back, but I think they already have. I mean, I just feel like they really, like, just the way they were speaking. I think they made it pretty damn clear they're suspects. Like,
And
you
also,
can just tell the way they were talking. Like,
and also with the Venmo card, okay, can you withdraw that money from a ATM?
Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, because this is a fucking problem right here. This is definitely a problem here.
Oh,
According
hoorah.
to Fox 5 Atlanta, Amanda Bearding originally told investigators that she was at Family Dollar the same day. The store does not have any record of her being inside. So
she
was
said
she the one
she
in
was
the
there?
car?
Yeah, so I was scouring Twitter because I heard I heard something about, there were rumors saying that she was there was rumors saying that she wasn't. I thought this has to come from somewhere. Then I found this and I thought, wait, okay. And I went through, and Fox Atlanta, boom, they were like, no, this is what happened. And I was like, oh, hey, whoa, this is true. She said she was there.
The same Family Dollar that her mom went to?
The exact same Family Dollar earlier that day. She said she was there. However, the store staff said that they did not see her, because originally my thought was, did she go in there to make sure they have the items that she was sending her mum in for? Because that would be huge. If she went in because she knew that she needed to get her mum to get specific items, she went in to make sure they had those items, to make sure they had Tab and they had this, she went in to find out that.
Hold on. Nikki O'Shea says, Queen Bee, that was incorrect reporting one of them. No, it was a mistake. Where's the correction? Where do you have where they made the correction, where they said that this was wrong? How do we know this is wrong?
I've never saw the correction, and I looked into this yesterday.
They said something about it at the press conference, but I didn't understand what they were saying. Like,
yeah, they said that she wasn't there.
From
Deep said they cleared it in the presser today. The presser is the correction, period. Okay, so that's where it was cleared up. That's why I said I really need to go back and watch that, because I missed quite a bit in and out. I was listening, but I didn't have time to pay attention to all of it. Do you have time to play it again? If not, I'll go watch it later.
Yeah,
but I think that's important that we play that again and listen to everything they say.
Yeah, I'm gonna get down, you guys. I'm gonna listen. I'm still gonna be here.
Okay.
I gotta start some work, y'all. I can't relapse on work today.
All right.
I would just love to know why Amanda said that she was there.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye, Drew. Hold on. They said Steve and Debbie shared the Venmo. Okay.
Yeah, it was a joint account.
Well, Debbie put Steve's name even on her Facebook, so she might just,
yeah.
I mean, they might not even share it. She might just put his name for things. You know what I mean? Like, because even on her Facebook, it says like Debbie and Steve Collier or whatever. All right, you can share. Oh wait, I didn't even share the screen yet. What am I doing? All right, you can share my screen.
Make sure you mute, Kate.
That Deborah Collier walked out of the Family Dollar store at 3:09, got into her van, and remained in her van in the parking lot for 10 minutes before leaving the parking lot and heading south on Georgia 15, Highway 441, US 23. This tells us that the time frame is actually narrowed a little further for this case to begin at 3:19 p.m. on Saturday, September 10th, and ending at 12:44 Sunday, September 11th, the time of the discovery. Please understand that this case is very complex in nature and has a lot of questions and unknowns that aren't found in a typical death investigation. It is going to take significantly more time than the 19 days that have passed since the discovery to solve this crime. We also want you to know that we are working diligently to solve this case. We are trying to obtain as much information as possible so that we can put together facts and evidence to support a motive and also to identify a person or persons of interest. At this time, I'd like to call up lead investigator George Kaysen to assist with answering the questions that you may have. George.
First of all, I want to thank everyone for being here, being part of this. Hopefully we'll be able to answer some questions and give y'all some insight of where we're at and kind of what we're dealing with. First off, I want to start off by saying we have received a lot of questions that y'all have sent in. Some of these questions, the information that is pertaining to those questions is very sensitive information. We will try to answer them to the best that we can, but there will be information that we need to retain just for the simple fact of it being very sensitive, and we don't want our potential persons of interest to be able to get a hold of this information.
You said are
So
persons of interest, so they have one already.
Investigation. As far as some of these questions that were asked, I'm going to kind of go through a list of them and try to give answers as best as possible to you. One of the first questions that was asked is, can you confirm the Venmo message from the daughter, from mom to daughter was sent to mom's phone? We're still waiting more information that we have requested to confirm or deny where the Venmo was sent from, but we can confirm that Amanda did receive the Venmo. She did receive money. That much we do know right now. Continuing on, our next question was, are you in possession of Collier's cell phone and where was it found? Yes, we are in possession of that cell phone. We do have it in evidence and it was located at the crime scene. The next question that was asked was, what was Collier's cause of death? And as Colonel Kogod mentioned, we are still awaiting the full report from the medical examiner's office. Once that comes in, we will absolutely update everyone on those findings. What records and data have we analyzed? Due to that being sensitive information, much as the disclaimer that I gave when I first stepped up here, we don't want to reveal any information that could possibly be a potential or potentially jeopardize our investigation to where our suspects will get that information. There was a question about Deborah's phone records. We have served multiple search warrants on multiple different cell phone carriers. We are working with them to get all pertinent data from those devices and from those carriers. So hopefully we'll be able to develop more of a timeline, a better timeline, and hopefully be able to find out more information about what exactly happened. Inclusion of family members, a question was related to that. Is that right now we have not ruled anyone out at this point. We have ever developing leads and are gradually having information that we have requested come in. So we're still in the process of trying to find persons or person of interest. And as that information starts to trickle in, it will actually help us develop more information for y'all to have. We're continuing to investigate Deb's activities from September 10th through the September 11th, which is also going back to the timeline. We're gradually just getting more information in. We want to know just as much as anyone else does, and we are working, as Colonel Kogod said, we're working diligently. We've lost a lot of sleep, as such should be, in this investigation. We've devoted a lot of time to this investigation. There was a question about what search warrants have been executed. As far as the search warrants that we have done, again, we cannot give that information out just for the simple fact that it may jeopardize and give the information out to possible potential persons of interest. And we don't want to basically show our hand before we have facts. And as Colonel Kogod said, then a couple other questions that were kind of obtained as far as Deborah's timeline. We have obtained additional footage from the parking lot, as he described, where she is in her 2022 Chrysler Pacifica van in the parking lot of the Family Dollar, which is obviously joined by other businesses. We've obtained additional footage and found that she stayed in that parking lot an additional 10 minutes. From that 10 minutes at 3:19 p.m., she leaves the parking lot and begins to head southbound on Georgia 15, which is the main highway, the 4-lane highway that connects Raven County to Habersham. She starts traveling southbound towards Tallulah Falls, which is just inside Habersham County. We are still in the process of trying to obtain videos from other locations and other businesses along that route, and we encourage any business along that route that might have cameras, please reach out to us. Look through your video cameras and reach out to us. That way we can have a meeting with you and see if we can kind of even narrow down our timeline even more. And as far as the timeline, the last time we know that she was alive was at 3:19, because we see her in that vehicle leaving the parking lot, heading southbound on Georgia 15. There was a question about our thoughts of this being a homicide. We have not changed our thoughts about this being a homicide. We're still treating this as a murder investigation, and we will not change that. We will diligently and continuously work day and night trying to solve this case and try to bring justice to Miss Collier and her family. A lot of the questions we got are kind of repeat. So if I do repeat some of these answers, I do apologize, but I'm trying to go through and trying to hit every question that was given to us. We are, again, going back to the cell phone providers and search warrants we've done. We're working with multiple different cell phone providers to obtain the necessary information. All we know right now, as far as the Venmo message, is that, yes, it was sent to Amanda. There was a question in there as far as, do we know where the money is now? No, we don't. For the simple fact that we are still obtaining information when it was sent, where it was sent, what device it was sent from. We're still trying to obtain that information right now. Yes, sir.
Going back to what you were saying about the death and why you're confident that this is a homicide.
Right.
Was there any signs of trauma to the body that clearly indicated that this was a homicide?
The only thing we know as right now is the burns of the body. We're still waiting for the absolute full report from the medical examiner's office. But nonetheless, because of the burns, we're still treating this like a murder. We're trying to investigate it as such, and we won't deter from that just because we're going to treat it like that investigation to get all thorough information.
And in the statement, it says, let's see, that this was, you're clear that this was a random act of violence. Generally speaking, if I say something is a random act of violence.
Where did, let me stop you right there. Where did that statement come from? Just so, I'm just
It was not a random act.
Not, okay, my apologies. Okay, what, meaning that it was not could you be more specific? Because I don't want to put words in your mouth. What does that mean? Does that mean someone knew someone?
No, what that means at this point is there is no information, I'm sorry. There is no information or evidence to this point that shows that this was something random, that there was something that was out, that was not from somebody that she either knew or somebody who she had some association with. That's what we're seeing at this time. So based on that information, we do not believe that this is a random act of violence. We do not believe that this is the act of a serial killer. We believe that this act was deliberate and personal. Okay.
Yeah, I saw you raise your hand.
Yes, sir. Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. I'm just curious if Debbie's purse was recovered at the scene.
Yes, it was. We do have that in evidence, and it was recovered from the crime scene.
Is that another purse than the one that was said to be left at her home?
That we're not aware of. We're still working on that, but we do know for a fact the video that was released of her being in the Family Dollar, that purse was found at the crime scene and is in evidence.
And one other question there is there anyone in that area that she is acquainted with? Is there a reason she would go up there dressed in her Bulldogs jersey on game day and driving out?
We're still trying to work with that. Again, like I said, as far as some of the search warrants and some of the follow-ups that we're doing, we're trying to obtain that information to see if she has any connections. If anyone, and that's one thing too, I'm glad you asked that. If anyone does have any kind of contact, we encourage the public as well. If anyone had contact with Deborah Collier during that time frame, as far as from September 9th all the way through September 11th, specifically around the time frame of 3/19 to Sunday when the body was found, if anyone had any contact or might have seen or talked to her, please, we encourage you to come forward and speak with us.
Investigator Payson, Joy Persona.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that she headed south on Highway 115.
Georgia 15, sorry.
After
Yes, ma'am.
leaving the Family Dollar store. Did the school zone cameras in Tallulah Falls School pick up
Yes.
her departure?
Absolutely. And actually, I'm glad you asked that. I do have something that we're going to make readily available for y'all when we're done with this press conference. We do have in our possession, this is an actual photograph from the Tallulah Falls school cameras. She was seen traveling northbound on Georgia 15, just north of our crime scene there, which is just south of Victory Home Lane. This is a picture of her traveling northbound on Georgia 15, traveling through these cameras at 2:17 p.m. on Saturday. Once we're done with this, I will actually tape it up here on the wall, so that way anyone and everyone can come up here and get a better picture of it, because I understand it's hard to see from here. So once we're done, you can come up and get a better picture of it.
Did you see her coming back southbound?
We have not. We have been in coordination with Chief Elrod from the Tallulah Falls Police Department. She has spent countless sleepless nights looking through cameras. And that being one of the most heavily trafficked roads in Northeast Georgia, especially for travel towards the North Carolina mountains, there is probably in the upwards of 150 to 160,000 cars that come through there. So they are still looking through to see if we can find her coming back south.
I got a question about the
Yes,
van
ma'am.
while we're on topic. So according to the original report was sent out, the van was seen by Tallulah Falls officers sitting there on the side of the road around 5 o'clock Saturday.
I believe so,
And
yeah.
of course, when you all got there, the van was there on Sunday.
Correct.
Is it y'all's impression that the van was there that entire time, from 5 o'clock till?
Well, obviously, from our timeline, we know it wasn't there the entire time.
It was not there?
So
From 5 p.m. Saturday.
Now 5 p.m. Saturday
to 11-ish, 12-ish when you guys got there
Oh,
Sunday. Did it ever leave that location?
Now that we're not aware of.
Okay.
When you said the 5 o'clock thing, I didn't know if you were talking about Friday, but
No,
as
Saturday.
far as the timeline, the only times that we can establish as far as that van is there is that we're still getting trickling information. I think there was another question in here, if there was any tips from the community that have helped us out. Yes, because it has helped us narrow down timelines. We're still following up to see if we can actually get confirmation of this van being there at certain times. But as of right now, from what we know, that van was there at the crime scene on Sunday is what we can confirm. Now, as far as her time getting back to the crime scene, we cannot confirm that. We're still working on leads and trying to confirm that information.
During the time that you say she was sitting in the parking lot outside Family Dollar.
Yes, ma'am.
She left at 3:19. At 3:17 is when this Venmo message was sent. And earlier you mentioned you're still trying to determine what device that was sent from.
Right.
Does that mean that you all do not yet know if she in fact sent that message herself?
Well, as the investigation goes on, I mean, we're doing a lot of search warrants to try to obtain any information that we possibly can. And as we know, as far as with the digital information and all the digital electronic devices we have these days, you can access accounts from many different devices, which is why we're going through the extent of being able to determine what device that Venmo was sent from.
And her daughter received that payment at 3:17. She said in the Athens-Clarke County Police Department report, when she reported her mother missing, that it worried her. She tried to call her mom on her cell phone. But two things. One, she had said that her mother only took her debit card and car keys. She didn't mention her purse. She didn't mention the cell phone. Also, it took her 3 hours, according to the timeline in the missing person report, from 3:17 to 6:01 before she actually reported her mother missing. Have you all looked into why there was a delay?
Yes, we have.
Have they said the cause of death?
Still waiting for more information to come back. Again, with the search warrants that we've done, we're
No,
trying
they're
to
still
develop
waiting
those
on
timelines,
autopsy.
get confirmations of where these people were at, or anyone that was close to Deborah at the time. We're just trying to develop and get that information and get factual information.
Katie, that's a great point. Now you got my wheels turning.
On the original incident report, there's a check mark about drug use. Was there any reason?
Yeah, I will let Colonel Kogod.
I can answer that. So patrol deputies, when they respond to scenes like this and they don't know exactly what they have, they normally mark whatever may be applicable. In this case, because it was so questionable and there were so many unknowns when we got to the scene, they marked it as a possibility that it could be drug related. However, at this time, the investigation is not leading us in that direction.
Is that another example why there may not be an obvious trauma, like someone shot, stabbed, or,
Could be, but again, it's so preliminary in the investigation that we really can't make that determination. We just do not believe, based on what we have at this time, that this is drug related.
The tip that Amanda Bearden was at the Family Dollar, did that
So
come
it's not
from
drug related.
And what is the significance of her not being at that location that Saturday?
I'll try to answer that as best as well. So the tip, as far as her being at the Family Dollar, came from an initial interview to where she was talking about her and her mother going to Family Dollar to buy cleaning supplies to help clean up her apartment when she got back to Georgia. As far as anything,
hold on, can you pause that?
I don't think that actually came from.
He just said that she bought those supplies to help her daughter clean up her apartment. Is that what she just said? Is that what he just said?
He said where that came from. So that she was at the Family Dollar. Somebody asked, there was a tip that she was at the Family Dollar. He said where that came from was an early interview where she said that her and her mother were at the Family Dollar shopping for supplies. And then he's about to finish saying, hold on, I think he's about to finish clearing it up now. But she said in an early interview that her and her mother were at Family Dollar. I can rewind it.
Can you just rewind? Yeah, I was gonna say, just rewind it for me, babe. Just because I got to hear this again. This is crazy to me.
I'll try to answer that best as well. So the tip, as far as her being at the Family Dollar, came from an initial interview to where she was talking about her and her mother going to Family Dollar to buy cleaning supplies to help clean up her apartment when she got back to Georgia. As far as
which she'd been there for 2 days.
Anything as far as the Family Dollar visit, I don't think that actually came from her, right?
No, it come from
Yeah, come on up here. This is Investigator Garrison. He's also one of my team leads.
So I pulled the video footage from the store and talked with everybody from the store. Based off of that, with Miss Collier, she was there for that time period from 2:54 till 3:10, got in her car at 3:10 till 3:20. It was asked that if Amanda was in there earlier, and Amanda, based off of our knowledge at this time, there was some confusion there, and the associate that worked there actually saw the mother and not the daughter. I was able to provide photos to that store clerk to confirm that, based off of what we were told. And she said, no, I remember seeing the mother, not the daughter.
Can you speak to whether Amanda Bearden has any acquaintances or friends, family in the area?
Like Investigator Kaysen said, we can't confirm that right now. I'm sure once we start getting some of these subpoenas and search warrants back on these phone records, we'll be able to give an answer on that at that time.
When was the last time Amanda told you all she saw her mom? And can you confirm or report that Debbie's husband, Steve, was working during the time of Debbie's disappearance?
All right, so what we can confirm as far as that question right there is that we know that Amanda talked on the phone with her mother on Saturday afternoon. I'll have to look back at my notes from the actual report itself to be able to give you some kind of actual time for it. But the last time she spoke to her mom was on the phone. As far as Steve working, we have pulled video from Synovus Bank where he stated that he was working that day because of being a UGA game. He works for a private company called the Optimus Club that private contracts Synovus Bank's parking lot to park vehicles for the game day. They use that parking lot to provide parking for people coming to the game. We have confirmed that he was there from, I'm making sure I get the times right, from 9 to 4:06, 9 a.m. to 4:06 p.m. on Saturday.
I'm Nora Amazon at WCHM. Do you have any reason to believe that she could have met someone there where her van was parked?
I'm going to go back to the answer as far as we're not ruling anything out. We're still trying to develop leads. We're still following up on tips and information. We're still awaiting information.
Okay, not ruling anything out.
We have sent off. Once that, and for phone records as well, once that information comes back and we have time to actually analyze and go through the details, then we'll have a better answer for that.
Investigator Case, and I know you said that the state medical examiner's autopsy report has not yet been completed, but in the report that you all released last week, you stated that Ms. Collier's body was found down a ravine and she was grasping a small tree in her hand. What does that indicate?
I mean, that's a lot of different indications. I'll let him kind of talk about that.
At this point, we're not sure what it indicates.
Isn't it odd they keep bouncing between three officers?
Could have been alive at the time she went down the ravine. But again, the autopsy will help us to narrow down time of death, help us to narrow down.
Maybe they're all different
toxicology
specialties, or they
reports,
assign
help us narrow
tasks to
down other
different
Yes,
ones.
that's what I'm thinking, is they all specialize in these different things.
Does that indicate
Department.
that she survived being burned?
Very possible. Again, very preliminary in nature. Yes.
As far as the crime scene itself, is that private property? Is it public right of way? Is it U.S. Forest Service, National Forest land, or?
I believe it's U.S. National Forest land.
Really quickly, Kara Spelger, 11 Alive. In reference to the crime scene, it's mentioned that the purse that she had at the store was found there. Were any other items recovered, including the poncho she bought?
Oh, yes. So all the items that were purchased as far as from the Family Dollar that we can tell right now, again, we're still going through the investigation, but we can confirm that the majority of those items were found on the crime scene.
You mentioned a minute ago that Amanda had just moved back to Georgia. Where was she and when did she move back?
So this is what we can confirm. She lived in Maryland with her brother. She lived in I think the same apartment complex, correct? With her brother up in Maryland. City, I can't tell you what the city is because I don't have my notes and stuff in front of me, but I do know it's Maryland. She moved down here on the 8th, which would have been Thursday, September 8th, when she moved down here to Georgia. So we know that she was down here at some point on Thursday. Yes, sir.
You're clear it's not a kidnapping, despite the fact of that note with the Venmo note.
No.
Is something that has made things particularly murky because that note seems to give the impression something was going on.
I'll tell you straight up, right here, as far as this investigation goes, it seems like once we get on track with something, like a curveball comes in out of nowhere. That's why we're staying diligent and trying to stay on top of things and following up with leads, because we want to make sure we get facts, specifically to give y'all. We want to make sure that we have all the information before we start pushing forward.
Did Amanda give any theory as to what was going on, why she would get that kind of message, especially now that we know that message was probably sent in that 2 to 3 minute window after her getting out of the store? Right.
She has not given any kind of insight as far as to that. She has been asked. And again, I'd have to go back to my notes to give you the exact statement she gave, but there's really no insight to it on who they are.
And where is the sheriff in all of this? We've not heard from Sheriff Carroll directly.
I'll let his second in command.
So, as any good leader, the sheriff delegates certain authority, certain responsibilities to other people to be performed on his behalf. I have been appointed as the PIO for the sheriff's office, Public Information Officer, and I can assure you that Sheriff Carroll is the reason that we're doing this today. But I am the spokesperson, and that's why he has allowed us to report to you and also to bring in the investigators that are actually working the case to give you as much accurate and detail as we can on the ongoing investigation.
Is he here in Habersham?
No, ma'am, he has been called out of state. So he is not here right now. So it is now 9:30. Again, I want to reiterate to everyone that this is a very complex investigation. It has a lot of unanswered questions. It also has a lot of issues that you don't see in a typical death investigation. For that reason, it is going to take a significant amount of time, well beyond what we've had in the past 19 days, to solve this crime. But we are working diligently to do that. We are working diligently to determine a motive, to find people or a person of interest, and to bring a resolution to this case for Deborah Collier and her family. Thank you.
Colonel, may I make a statement?
Sure, absolutely.
Also, going off of what he said, as far as in a 19-day investigation, to kind of more elaborate on that, this investigation is a marathon. It's not a sprint to the finish. We are going to make sure we take our time so that way when an arrest is made or when persons of interest are actually identified, that there will be ironclad information behind that and supporting our reasoning. We want to encourage anyone that has any information to please reach out. We are following up on any tip and any lead that we could possibly get. My opinion, and I try to leave my opinions out of this, there's no such thing as bad information as far as given to us to follow up with, because we're going to follow up and find out whether it's relevant or whether it's factual or whether it's pertinent to our investigation. So please, if anyone has any information, do not hesitate to reach out and speak with us. You want me to go ahead and just give them put our phone number out? My direct line is 706-839-0560. Investigator Garrison, who is my partner on this investigation, his phone number is 706-839-0559. Please contact us.
Let's hope people don't blow their phone lines down with bullshit.
Contact or has anything that might help us further our investigation.
And that autopsy, when did you guys expect it to?
We're still waiting. We did have a meeting with them. They have prioritized things. So they initially gave us a 6-week time frame, but depending on how long it takes, once we get it back, we will have another update. I promise you that.
One last question, Chief Deputy Kogot, I had asked you this previously, but why was the GBI not requested to lead this investigation?
Because the Habersham County Sheriff's Office is a full-service sheriff's office. We're a full-service law enforcement agency. We have a complete division that is dedicated to investigating crimes that occur here in Habersham County. It is made up of professional men and women, law enforcement officers who have received special training in death investigations and crime scene. However, as any law enforcement agency will do, we still reach out to our counterparts, be it the GBI, FBI, and private entities that have resources that can help us with situations or items that may need a little more expertise, that may need a little more knowledge than we have. We reach out to them, and all of our partners have been tremendous help and given us that guidance that we need when we call on them. So it's a total team effort. We are just the lead agency because we're responsible for investigating crimes here in Habersham County.
Oh, the video that you discovered, will that be available?
Yes, we will make the video available. We will have it to you. If you will leave us an email address to send, we will send it to you by close of business today. Okay, thank you very much.
And again, like I said, the picture of the vehicle, I'm going to leave right here. So that way y'all can actually get a better picture of that.
That's okay. So that's a picture of whose vehicle? Hers?
Yeah, that'll
Debbie.
be the
That's
rental.
the,
Here, I'll show
I'm
you.
sorry, what?
That's the
That's a
rental
picture of her
vehicle.
vehicle. Why are they looking for her vehicle though? I thought that that's kind of pointless, ain't it?
Well, no, they're saying like if you have that vehicle on any camera footage or anything driving by to send it in because they're trying to
Yeah.
figure out if she met anyone or if they could see someone else in the car, etc. Like from her trip from the
Okay, they're
dollar.
asking the public. Okay.
Yeah, the public.
I'm also interested as to why the sheriff has been called out of state. Is it for this case or another one?
I'm not sure. They didn't specify. So, what if she said the key thing because she like went into her mom's house and used like her tablet or something to send the money? And
No,
that's
because the
why
money was already sent at that point, wasn't it?
it was sent at 3:17. I'm saying if she wasn't with her mom, maybe she went, yeah, like she went in the house. Maybe she had like, you know, her mom had her mom go meet up with somebody, right? And then she to keep her away from the house. And then she goes in the house and takes her iPad, which could have been connected to her phone, sends herself a Venmo, knowing that whoever she's with, you know, something's going to go down. So she says, like, they won't let me go, blah, 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 sends it. And there's a key under the flower pot. So that way, that's a reason for her to be in the house. You get what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah, like yeah. So an alibi as to why she was there is because she got the Venmo to say where the key is.
Yeah. Yeah, I was confused. So Jen said Gray had an interview of the lady from the dollar store or whatever, and she said she didn't remember her at all. That's what I thought, and then somebody told me I was wrong, and then they remembered her, but they don't remember like why she was there or something like that. I don't remember what they said, but I remember her saying she doesn't remember the lady at all. So I'm confused about that. I can see through the back window, but I can't tell if there's a passenger or not. All I can see is that there appears to be a person driving, but the other thing could be the headrest on the seat. I mean, we could try and like mess with it to see if you can see somebody else, but it looks like, I don't know, it's hard to tell. The back windows are tinted pretty dark. But yeah, I swore that lady said she didn't remember her at all.
Amanda or Debbie?
What's up?
Happening.
What's happening, yo?
Not much. I mean, they probably want cameras to see, when the van was there on the side of the road, and that would narrow down a little bit of the time too.
Well, yeah. And could you do me a favor, Kate? Is there any way to look up the Family Dollar on where it's at and see the other stores? What other stores are right there? Is there a way to like do it on Google Maps?
Let me see.
Because you would think if there's like bigger store, you know what I'm saying, like bigger restaurants or something, or gas stations or something that's nearby, that there would be other footage of her on those cameras. And these photos, these are the crime scene photos that they had. And see, I don't think it's like, I don't think they should be leaving gloves and stuff like that. Somebody went out and actually took pictures.
They always leave gloves. I've seen so many crime scene photos where the crime scene's scattered with those blue gloves. They just don't care. They just fling them.
I mean, there's a nail place and this food place, I guess. What is this? I mean, and there's a McDonald's. There isn't really any stores. I'm looking now. All I see is I mean, there is, but it's like a little there's a Little Caesars nearby. So it's a little.
Are you sharing your screen? I'll go put. Are you? Oh, sorry. I wanted to move that picture. I thought you were sharing your screen. I'm sorry, honey.
You can share it now.
I didn't want to be rude. Oh, okay. I didn't want to be rude. I just had that picture up there, and I thought you were trying to explain to us. Okay. See, I thought it was like a little strip mall there, like a little, like a little place where there's a bunch of different restaurants and stuff. So,
Little Caesars, and
I
there's
was curious if it was just a store on its own, and so she sat in the parking lot for 10 minutes. This is what had me thinking, like, okay, so she pulls up right there, right? Pulls up and sits, or pulls up, goes in. That's where the video footage comes, where she's clicking her keys, going and finding her stuff. We see her at the register. She comes out, gets in her vehicle, and then sits in her vehicle for 10 minutes in the parking lot. Now, if you look around and do like a full circle, can you go to the right? Like do like a circle around? Just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, anybody could be. Okay, so there is more. It is bigger than I thought.
Yeah, that's huge. Massive place.
Yeah, actually, it is really big. Wow. Shit, here I was thinking it was just the damn Family Dollar. I didn't think there was a bunch of stores like this. So there should definitely be other footage. There should definitely be more footage for sure.
Huge parking lot too.
Yeah, well, they definitely probably have footage from every store, because he said something about obtain, like, I forget how he worded it, but he said,
oh, he's in contact with obtaining more footage from other stores.
Yeah. So he does mention like the other stores, but it sounds like they know that nobody hopped in the car or anything. They would have seen it.
Well, and that's kind of like, wow, that is bigger than I thought. But you know what? That's what I'm saying. Like, what if somebody did? What if she was meeting somebody? Where's this rehab at? Can you like skim over to the other side of the street and see if that's where this rehab's at?
So I tried to look at the rehab is by where her body was found, not.
Oh, okay. What? Yeah, and that's down the road. I'm sorry. What am I thinking? I don't know why I was thinking it was there. So okay, so when you pull out of here, okay, that's where you're going now. Okay.
Yeah. So
where was she found in correlation to the rehab?
Right
across the street. My understanding, it was right across the street.
On some, it says it's on some it points me right here, And on Google Earth, it points me right here. So on this side, it's the same side. I think the rehab's in this area. This is Victory Lane Road or whatever. Hold on. Home Lane, I think it is. Home Lane. Men's Addiction Recovery. It's called Victory Home. 320 Victory Home Lane. So here's where her body was found. Right here. And then that's where the men's rehab facility is.
Oh, wow.
So it's literally like here and there.
That's just a small walk as well. That's not far.
Yeah. But where she was found was off like this pull off on the highway. So let me see something real quick. I just want to see which way the cars are going. So it would be like she would be driving towards the rehab and she pulls over. On this side, she would be driving towards it. Because it's like right about here. And the cars are coming this way. So it would be like she was driving towards the rehab and pulled off on this little like road right there. And in relation to, I gotta flip this. So all right, so here's where she was found. Up right here, right around here is where the dollar store is. So she drove all the way down here. But it's weird because if she was where she was, she would be not on the side coming back, but going up. But it's weird because I've put in these same coordinates on another map, and it showed me it was over this side. So I'm confused about that. Like I went on a different map thing and put in the coordinates, and it showed me it was over here. So I don't know if she was found on this side or that side, but on Google Earth it shows me this side. But yeah, it would be weird because she was driving back from.
She was found on the north side of the highway, the northbound side, but she was coming southbound from the dollar store, is what you're saying.
Yes, but the weird thing is I put the same all right, so someone gave me the exact coordinates of where she was, right? So I put in those same coordinates in another mapping thing, and it placed her around here. Like it said the coordinates were on the other side of the street. So I don't know if she was found over here or over here, but Google Earth gives me this side and a different one gives me that side. If that makes sense.
Did the cops ever say when they found the car or whatever, they never said it was on the northbound or the southbound side? I mean, it seemed like they were saying it was on the southbound side.
I don't even think it matters what side it was on because it's still a stone throw away from that rehab center.
Well, it does because you can't just jump over the interstate like that. In most cases, you have to wait to a street to get off on and then get back on.
No, but there was was it like not a bed and breakfast, I don't know what you guys call it, down the road from there where there was a in and an out so that you could change the sides of the road. So there was like an in way and then there was a crossover to get onto the other side. I don't know if you can see it on the Google Maps. It wasn't too far from where her car was found.
Well, I would still think that would be significant if she did cross the road and the van was on the other side, on the northbound side. I mean, maybe, it's easy to do, but there's got to be something about that.
Yes, so why?
Yeah, if she did turn around and go back the other way, why? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would she do that if that's the case? Hold on, let me see. Let's find a different. Let's do big maps, and I'll put in the coordinates. No.
Yeah, I just think that would add a little bit more to the story, and a little bit. I mean, it's just odd if she was going southbound and then popped a Yui. I mean, did she have to? Did she
There'd
have to
be a
go really
reason why
far?
she popped a Yui. All right, so this one shows on this side too.
Oh, it was a hotel on the side of the road. That's what it was. And it had a really long driveway.
What was the maps that I used last time that put it there? Alright, well, this one still says that, so I guess she was found on this side, which is strange because she would have been driving southbound. Like, why would she turn around and go north again is the question. If she was headed southbound, where was she trying to go where she had to turn around and go northbound? Like, she was particularly going somewhere back northbound. That makes sense. Like, that, I think that's big because that means she was trying to turn around and go back towards something this way.
If she was going to meet someone out there and she went past where she was going to meet them.
Yeah, but who wants to meet in a pull-off road off the highway? It's just such a strange. If I was going to meet someone, I wouldn't be like, pull off on this little road on the highway and meet me here. Like,
I wonder if she was very friendly, as in maybe she would see like a couple on the side of the road that needed a ride somewhere, and she would help, give them a ride or something. I mean, that would make a lot of sense. I mean, maybe those people are living out in the woods over there. Maybe I'm just saying, like, she picked up a couple thinking it wasn't so bad, and then popped a Yui to drop them off there. I mean, if everyone's so about the rehab place.
I don't think that it was.
It still wouldn't make sense about the Venmo, though, in my opinion. Like,
well, if
the
it was
Venmo
a
was sent,
specific message, or
but
if
the
the
Venmo
daughter
was sent while she was still at Family Dollar, saying they won't let me go. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what makes it makes it not make sense because she
if
was
they're saying
sitting.
no one was in the car with her at that time,
Yeah.
or they just couldn't see
And this
anybody.
is why
Those
I
windows
threw
were
the.
dark.
This is why I threw the homeless person theory out the window because of the Venmo being sent while she was in the. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
You're cutting out really bad, or is it just me? Is she cutting out for you guys?
Yeah.
She cut out a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're cutting out. Well, it's really bad for me. I don't know. It's like real robotic. Is there any way you can drop down and then come back in? Excuse.
I will mute for a minute because I'm currently in the car.
Yeah, it's better now. It's clear. Yeah, it's clear now. So it's perfect. It must have just been right then when you got in the car or something, or I don't know, because it was just once or twice I heard it cut out. Go ahead, guys. I didn't mean to be rude. I just heard it cutting out real bad, and it was like robotic.
Yeah, so that pretty much gets rid of that. That's I don't know. It's so confusing, but that takes away the whole like giving someone a ride theory because she was alone supposedly in the car when that was sent.
Yeah, I mean, It could be the randomness where the daughter just was stealing money from her Venmo because she had the password and just so happened to send that because she knew her mom was out of town. I mean, could have been like some coincidence like that. Maybe there was another text from her mom with her phone to the daughter or a call to the daughter. You know, maybe there was something more than just a Venmo text at
Well, they
that
said
time.
they talked at
Before.
12 p.m. She talked to her daughter on the phone. They didn't mention after them talking after that, so I don't.
So they did talk around 12.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I gotta hop down. I got a couple of things to do before I have to go get my kid from school, but I'll be in chat.
Well, thank you for coming up and playing the recordings and all that. I really appreciate you. Thank you
Yep.
very, very much. It's hard when I don't have a way to do it. So I appreciate you coming up here and doing that.
I got you. All right, I'll be in chat, guys. See you.
All right, baby. And the link's pinned for anybody else that wants to come up, and if anybody else wants to chit chat or talk about it, or anybody else has anything that we're not picking up on, you're welcome to come up.
Yeah, I mean, she could have picked someone up before she got to the dollar store.
I thought they said no one was with her though on the cameras, didn't
those
they?
windows are dark though. Like they said that was the actual van in the photo that he held up. I couldn't see inside the window at all. It's darker than my window tint on my car. Like you couldn't see in nothing. Just
Right, and it is a rental, so
yeah, no, it's definitely suspect. And then I mean, there is a lot of like weird stuff with her going that far away. But I mean, I live near Tampa Bay, and I don't go down by the stadium on Sundays when there's a game. You know, I avoid that area like the plague. You know, for traffic and other purposes. So it wouldn't be too crazy for me to maybe go a little bit out of my way to go to a different store. Um, in a lot of stores, I mean, this dollar stores, at least here in Florida, they have different stuff at this. It could be the same dollar store name, but they have different stuff available at different places. Um, I don't know, just some thoughts. And with the Venmo, yeah, I mean, she said they. I mean, not everyone's like, well, the daughter should know who they is. That's why she said it, but she might have just said they to be like, hey, there's more than one person kind of deal. Not that the daughter knows who they are.
yeah. See, it's really. I mean, I don't know. It's really odd to me that she says they, but then look, it also. I wasn't even thinking about this, but isn't it odd that the Venmo was sent while she was sitting in the parking lot?
I mean, did
So
they
she
say
goes in and
that?
buys her stuff and then goes back out, and she sat out there for 10 minutes before pulling out.
I didn't get that they actually said 100% that that's when the Venmo was sent. Did they say that? I'm just
Well,
spitballing here.
from
I
my
just know.
understanding, yeah, I thought they did, and I thought that's what Kate was just saying. And then Mackenzie, hold on, she's saying 2385 mile marker. Can you guys look into that? Evelyn said it. Well, I don't have a way to screen share anything, and Kate's not up here, but we can. If somebody else comes up, we'll try to look into it when you know what I mean. She was found over an hour past her house. You would assume she didn't know that area. The only thing she knew or could remember is direction she was in, but no clue her destination. But we headed 2385. That's what Tom Tom says. I don't know. The numbers, I don't know. I don't know what like I said, it only left her $20 in the account.
Well, I
And
thought
they
that.
confirmed that her husband was at work all day. So, but it was sent from his. It says it was sent from his account. So, I feel like their account was set up on like an iPad at their house, and it was possibly sent that way. But they'll know when they get phone records and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I thought they said someone said that law enforcement, KDB said it was at 3:17. They said the Venmo was sent. Well, I'm not sure about that because didn't they say she received the Venmo and waited a couple hours before she called police about it? And that call was made when the father got home at about 4 something. So that would mean the Venmo was sent around 2 something, right? If it was a couple hours. But I mean, if they're saying 3:17, that would be why she was in the car. I just don't remember them saying that. And then the other thing with the husband called at 6:08. They're saying, and the Venmo is at 3:17. All right, I know that they said a few hours or a couple hours because that was a lot of people were on the daughter about waiting so long to call when she got that message earlier. But I just don't.
See,
Why would the daughter like? I mean, for
what do
a
you think
couple
about her
$1,000.
boyfriend? What do you think about her boyfriend?
I mean, I think that he definitely don't like her parents too much. I mean, from the little note, if that's true. Um, but yeah, man, I mean, I would have thought it would have made a lot more sense with the dad leaving at work and then them even something happened the night before. But with her getting ready and then being at the dollar store the next day at 3 something, I just don't see how anything that a fight the night before, anything would make it where it would carry over that much the next day. I mean, her mom obviously is helping her. She just moved back 2 days ago. So it's not like her mom's like, "Yeah, move back here," and then cut her off 2 days later just because of the boyfriend. I mean, I don't know. My girlfriend's mom never liked me, and it's been 30 years now, and she just had to deal with it. And it wasn't like she was like gonna do something bad or not help her daughter out because of me. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't really make a lot of sense to
Well,
take
yeah,
out
not
the mother.
necessarily though, because I know somebody that she doesn't like her granddaughter. Well, her granddaughter lives with her with her kids, but she doesn't like her the kids' dad or whatever, and said if you guys are gonna be together, that's fine, that's your choice. However, I do not support him, and I do not support you guys being together, and I do not want him over here with you or around you over here in my house, and I will not help you with anything while you're with him.
No, I can see that, and then the
And I
boyfriend
said,
would
well,
not know
I got to
nothing.
respect it both ways. That's right. I mean, she was kind of waiting for me to side with her, but I was like, I got to respect her from both ways. That's just what it is. She told you how she felt.
Yeah, I just don't know what they could have said to get the mother to go meet someone else or to put herself in that situation like that on the side of the road. It's just kind of I don't I mean, what could be said to get your mom to go on the side of the road like that? I just don't see that happening. I mean, the lady wasn't like dumb or anything or easily fooled about stuff. Knows her daughter, knows her boyfriend, and if she did have a problem, she's not going to listen to her daughter and boyfriend. Hey, go here and do this and that. I mean, that even makes less sense to me that they would be involved in more of a random person or persons because like I just don't see how they would get her to go there to her own demise. And then she knew it when she sent the Venmo at dollar store. Why would you even leave the dollar store at that point if you knew that you weren't going to make it out of this? You know what I mean? Like never going to get let go is what she typed. It's just odd. The whole thing is strange, like really strange to say the least. That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
very strange. And I think, well, yeah, and in the 911 calls, they kind of like, I feel like the husband had no idea. And I don't know what it is, but I cannot clear the daughter yet. You know what I'm saying? But the husband, I feel like he was at work and they've already checked into his obviously that he has an alibi. They've already checked into it. They know where he was at. They know what time he left. So they can tell, once, through going through the phones and stuff, they can tell he's not lying. However, I know that they said they're waiting to go through the other phones or something. They've executed search warrants on certain properties, and I feel like one of those mainly being Amanda's, and I feel like they're waiting on those to come back.
Kind of cut out. You still there? Can anybody hear Queen or me? Oh, all right. Yeah, I see she's gone now. Can you hear me, Scylla? Yeah, with the Venmo, you basically just need a bank account is attached to the Venmo, and then you can transfer money, but then you have to remove it from your bank account. And they do have a card that works almost like a credit card, debit card that you can get to. And you could pretty much put anyone's name on there. I mean, if you have a joint account, then both the names are going to be on there. If just the stepfather's name was on the bank account, then his name will just be on there. And but anyone can use it. I mean, I could have like something in my girlfriend's name and tied to my phone, so I'm able to use it or my devices when I'm logged in. And then you can have another one where if the other person's logged in, and you can have it where you both know the logins, and then you both can be logged in and do whatever you need to do as far as transfer money.
Sorry, honey, my phone died. It died, and I left. I was like, "Oh shit!" I didn't even give him a chance. I was trying to tell you to hold on a sec, but it just shut off. I'm like, "Oh shit!" He's not gonna know what's going on.
Yeah, we lost you, but yeah, we figured it out.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I was like, man, uh-oh. Yeah, so the joint account thing on this and the Venmo is kind of it's kind of odd because he said they don't know where it was sent from.
Yeah, I would think they would know which device it was sent from, maybe not from where. I mean, or vice versa on that. They would know the area from a ping where it was sent from, but not which device did it. I think that's what they're saying. I'm not sure though. Because you can have multiple devices tied to the same Venmo account. So I think that's why they know it was sent, but they can't really figure out what device it was sent from. They just know it was sent from that account.
Right. They just can't tell what device it was sent from. Yeah.
But you figured if it was her phone, then it would ping a tower or something to do that, to make that transaction. So they should know that. So I mean, maybe they're just waiting on that. Maybe that's one of the warrants they're waiting on, the ping results of where the phone was at the time the payment was sent. I I don't know.
Well, yeah, and it would be good to know. I mean,
Yeah, that would definitely. I mean, it would just add a little bit more like what's going on because it's so strange that she would send that in the car if no one else was in the car with her, and then for her to drive off and end up where she ended up on the side of the road. I mean, from that area to that area, there had to have been someone else in the car. Or, I mean, someone said they have someone hostage. I mean, what would be the other reason that you would get her to go there willingly? By all accounts, if she wasn't kidnapped, that's what the police are saying. She willingly went there. So what would be the reason to willingly go there? If you just had an argument with your daughter and her boyfriend that you don't like, you're not going to listen to anything they're saying and go there. So it would have to be like something that has to do with you personally, right? I mean, or you picked up a random person or couple and crap happened from there. And the daughter maybe didn't know and was just like, oh, my mom's not going to help us anymore from the argument the night before, and said, well, I got access to her Venmo. I'm going to send this and say some stupid message. And it just so happened that her, you know what I mean? That happens sometimes, some coincidence like that. The daughter's just stealing some money from Venmo because that's what she has the logins for. And the mother just so happens, maybe she's having a little bit of mental, not a breakdown or anything, but just needed some alone time. I remember when I used to ride my motorcycle a lot. Whenever I get mad or something, probably wasn't the smartest thing, but I just go ride to clear my head, and be gone for a couple hours riding. Maybe she just needed to drive a little bit further away, collect her thoughts, and something else happened randomly. And the daughter was like, "Oh man, my mom, for whatever reason, maybe she got a phone call or a text or something from someone else letting her know that something was going on, and then she did the Venmo payment just to get some cash. I mean, because she's a dirty person, but you know what I mean? It's possible. To me, it looks like the cops don't really have a whole lot, and they don't really know a whole lot, which is kind of scary because you would think there would be a lot more video out there of her movements other than one photo and then supposedly a video of her in the parking lot and going into the store. That's a good question. Did she
Sorry.
steal?
Hey, what's up, girl?
I'm good. I was in like a new.
Oh, you're cutting out again real bad. You're cutting out again real bad, honey. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with it. Are you there?
Yeah, sorry. I'm just gonna drop out again and
Okay.
start it up.
Oh, I was gonna say now it's not. Now it's fine. It wasn't at first, and now it's okay. But if you want to go out and come back in, that's fine too. Whatever works for you. Hold on. Johnson says, I have a video of the Venmo transaction that I screen recorded looking for it now. So Venmo actually shows everybody your transactions, doesn't it?
Yeah, you could pretty much look up and then you could see it. But unless you put it on private, you could put it on private where no one can see it. So if she didn't have it on private, yeah, you would see it. But if she had it on private, then you wouldn't see it because I have Venmo.
Okay.
You could
So you
private
can
it.
private the. Okay.
Maybe not the transaction. I'm pretty sure you could private the message and the transaction. I haven't used it in a while, but I know there's a private mode.
Oh, sweetie. Hey, girl. What you doing? How you feeling, baby? I know you ain't feeling. You was feeling under the weather. I hope you're doing okay.
I mean, I just thought it was kind of weird when like they kind of jumped out in front, had all these questions that a lot of people were sending in and asking. It was kind of like the opposite of the Kylie Rodney thing where they're like, all these people have all these questions, they're getting bombarded. But I think that that's the thing. They're just getting bombarded with a lot of stuff, and they're just trying to weed out the BS from the other stuff without having to, look at 5,000 different things that people are just sending in their opinions and theories on.
Really hard for them with the call center. They're gonna have so many calls.
We lost Queen again.
Denise, it does seem like they're doing their job with this case.
Yeah, because they did come out and say we're treating it as a homicide investigation. You know, just to kind of go through everything. Even if it turns out to be an accident, that I kind of gathered that when he said that a little bit, or like you guys are saying, they're just being a little more thorough about, you know, every possibility. But that was kind of weird to me when he said that. It kind of seemed like, oh, is this going to end up as an accident, or you know, by our own means?
I'm getting a straight up no BS vibe from them.
I mean, it's possible. It was kind of weird when they said that, and then the other thing I thought was weird was when they answered the questions that were sent in, or not sent in, but a lot of the same questions. They just wanted to kind of nip in the bud right then. I thought that was a little telling or strange to me. Like, are they getting bombarded with a lot of crap that doesn't need to they don't need to follow up on, and people just need to relax a little bit. They are looking into everything. Let's clear these
Just
basic.
have to see what they're saying at the moment.
Yeah, you were breaking up. Sorry. Well, I think they're going to need the toxicology in this case too, just to kind of rule out she didn't or wasn't forced to take anything. Because I would have thought that they would have, if she was like strangled or something to that effect, they would have kind of came out with that. Not would have told us that, but they would have been a little more about they know the cause of death and they're working from that angle, which I don't. It seems like they don't even know the cause of death yet.
Queen, are you back?
Yeah, my phone keeps dying and it keeps shutting off because StreamYard drains my battery so much. As soon as it goes dead once, it continues to keep dying until it gets a little charge. So it's shut off like 4 times so far. It just sucks because I don't have a laptop or computer to switch over with, or another phone or anything, you know what I mean? And with the StreamYard, it sucks the life out of your phone. So you know, if you get on panels, you'll know. You know what I mean? Like, you'll start to realize your battery just sucks. It just sucks to dry.
Yep, I have to use my laptop when I go on a panel.
Yeah, I never realized how bad it was until I started streaming all the time, which we've been streaming a lot. Before I was only on here a couple times a week, but now we're on here once a day. I try to come on and pop on and talk to you guys. You know what I'm saying? Beforehand, I just popped on whenever, whatever, one day a week, couple days a week. You know, get on here and shoot the shit at all different times. So I try to come on at least once a day. Hold
Do
on,
a
this thing is
laptop.
when mixed with alcohol is deadly, only grown in Holland. What are you talking about, Denise? Let me see. My man was forced to take Crampton. Crampton, is that what it is? Am I saying that right? Crampton, maybe. That's, let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Like a hallucination plant here. Let's see here. When mixed with alcohol is deadly. Oh, wow. I never even heard of it. Hold on. Pecan Pie says, do not contact law enforcement with info you heard on social media. Please do not contact any person or relative to this case. Please and thank you. Very good, Pecan Pie. Bam. There's our disclaimer there. Don't be reaching out to the family. Don't be reaching out to anybody. Don't be showing anybody hate.
Yeah, we were just talking. They never came out and said, they don't know the cause of death yet, and we were just talking about maybe the toxicology report will come in a factor here too, just like they're waiting for the Kylie Rodney one, just and see, because it doesn't seem like she was strangled, or they would have probably said something to that effect, because they were like, is it a murder, is it a homicide? They kind of jumped around a little bit there at the beginning, so there wasn't like a rope wrapped around her neck, so they knew, like, to look there first. So I'm thinking maybe there was some drugs involved, or some kind of something that she was either. But I also heard, if you see, I saw like videos where people just touch fentanyl, and they start having convulsions and other stuff happen. So I mean, that's a possibility too. So I think that they're going to have to wait for the toxicology, by the looks of it, anyways, unless they come out and say, "Oh yeah, we just didn't say how she died earlier," or the autopsy reveals that another manner of death that they could easily determine without the
So
toxicology.
the problem is with the toxicology from Kylie is, well, they can't do it the normal way that they would, which is why it's taking a little longer than what it should normally do. It this trio, like, this is a bit of TMI here, but what they will probably do in her case is they will have to go with what is left in her eyes. This is from a pathologist who knows what they're talking about, because of her being in water, and it was warm water, so they can't do toxicology in the way that they would. It's so detailed the way they have to do it, and they have to do the testing more than once.
What about in a normal situation, like say with this lady? How long would it normally take?
2
Do you
weeks.
know? 2 weeks? Oh, all right.
Yeah,
So they
2
should
weeks
already have
normally.
that information back then.
Yeah, unless they find something which they can't really pinpoint. So, like, sometimes there's plants. That's a really extreme case of like poisoning and stuff. If there's plants that are hard to trace and they want to pinpoint what it was, it can take longer, because they have to send it off to herbologist specialists and people like that. But yeah, no, it won't take long for hers to come back. But they shouldn't release a toxicology without the autopsy anyway. They would do it all together.
Of course. Cool. Thanks. Yeah. So I mean, they should pretty much know the cause of death by now. Then at this point, and what they say, it's a homicide investigation now, is what
Yeah,
they said.
they've put it down. They're saying it's homicide at the moment, so they know more than what they're letting out. I think what they want to do first is they want to get someone arrested. They want to pinpoint what went on. They want to get someone in custody before they say any more.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to say the least. I mean, this case is strange, very strange. It seemed like when they found her, she wasn't like too bad off. Like, by the looks of it, it wasn't like a clear like she wasn't beat up, and like I was saying. So it's going to be interesting to see all the information they come out with.
And what shook me up is that they said that it's very likely that she was alive, even after her being burnt, and that must have been horrific for her.
Yeah, I thought they also said she was gripping with one hand the root, that big root stump thing. That's oh man, that's disconcerting for sure.
Yeah, and she was like sort of facing down towards a creek, which is why I think she was trying to pour herself towards the water, to try and sort of put herself out or to cool herself down. I mean, that's a natural instinct. If you see a bit of water and you're burning, you're going to want to get down to it. And I think maybe she was using the tree as leverage to pull herself down to it.
Yeah, they said, Nikki said, I thought they said she could have been. Let's see. Laura says, do we know for sure if Ellie cut a piece of that tree out for evidence? I have no idea.
I mean, by the looks of the photos, it does look like one of the trees was cut down with a handsaw. Whether that was Ellie or not, I'm not sure. It was never specified. It could have been them cutting it down to take a piece of it, but I don't even know why someone would go out there and cut a tree down anyway.
Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's a smaller tree. I don't know if you've got the photos of it. I think I have somewhere.
I was gonna say, I'm sure I do somewhere. Here's this other one too, though. I don't know what's on it. I don't know if it's the tote bag that was burned. I don't know if it's.
I think that looks like the tote because it doesn't look like it's fabric. It does look like it's plastic or some form of plastic, doesn't it?
Yeah. So and we have no idea, of course, what it is. So then I have this picture with the gloves and stuff, and this one with the bullet there, the shell casing. It's not a shell casing. It's
that red bit next
round.
to the gloves looks like it could be fabric.
This one here, yeah, it looks like paper towels though. Looks burnt paper towels is what it looks like to me right there on the right.
Yeah, and then the little tag underneath looks like it could be a tag from something that was bought at the store, and then above it, that little red piece looks like it could be fabric. If you zoom into it, it gives off a bit of a fabric.
Possibly the red tote bag that she got.
And she was wearing a red top as well.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, the jersey.
Mm.
Yeah, I was wondering if they said that if her or her husband or the daughter or her boyfriend had any guns. I mean, with that bullet being there like that, I was thinking maybe they had her at gunpoint and to kind of scare them. You know how you cock a shotgun or cock a rifle or something, and if there's already a loaded round, it'll spit the round out when you cock it.
That's a big old bullet. That's definitely a rifle.
Yeah, so that they, cock the rifle to be like, "Hey, I'm serious," or something, and then
I wonder if it's a bit of a hunting ground as well, because that might not even be connected to the case.
It looked pretty new though, like it wasn't out there for a minute.
Mm.
It was pretty shiny.
Yeah, and it wasn't really trampled into the ground.
Yeah, go back to the bullet if you don't mind, Queen. I mean, it looked semi-fresh to me, but that was just my thought on that. Someone was like forcing her to do something or whatever. They cocked the gun, and if you do that,
it's not a fired round.
Yeah, but if you cock a gun and there's already a round loaded in the chamber, it shoots it out in almost any gun. They're saying it was a little oxidized on the tip of the bullet.
It was raining a lot as well, but I don't know if that would be long enough for it to oxidize. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I didn't really look at it that close. I just saw it when she put it up right here, and it looked pretty polished at first look.
Was it even muddy, the bullet, either? So, like, I don't know. Need to see it again. Because the whole being held at gunpoint would be the reason why she is in that area and being forced into that area, as opposed to her just walking down.
Yeah, there would have to be. That's what my whole theory is. She had to been like guided there. She just isn't willingly going to go there under normal circumstances, even under other circumstances. It would take something a little bit more to get your attention, to get you to do something. I don't know. And a lot of people are saying the bullet is old. Yeah, I mean, it was just a thought.
Yeah, like I said, if it's a hunting ground and it's just off the road, I mean, it looks like that, you know, you could park there easily to just walk into the woods and go hunting, especially if it's somewhere where you can camp too. You know, but also, what doesn't make sense as to why those items are in there? If it was literally just a general, I think this is the reason why the police don't think it's not a random killing, is because why would those items be in the woods with her? It's pretty specific. What, you're going to take the bag out of the car to kill someone? It doesn't make sense to take the tote with her out of the car.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It's definitely strange.
It's that stuff is there for a reason. It's not isolated stuff.
Yeah, and then the daughter said something about cleaning supplies or something. That was strange because that stuff to me, like everyone was saying, it seems like you were gonna, do a little tailgating or something, something outside with the game, the way she was dressed and everything too.
But what would you use tarp for to clean? I don't understand that. I've never used a piece of tarp to clean with.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense for cleaning supplies, but it makes sense for like tailgating supplies. So that I always thought that maybe they went to a dollar store earlier and got cleaning supplies, and or the daughter was under the impression that she was going out and she was going to grab some cleaning supplies while she was out, and that's why she said that. But she wasn't there.
My partner just said it's a Dexter situation. They laid it down to capture any blood or stuff so that it was easier to clean up.
Yeah, I mean that would make sense if they actually did something with the body and not just
and then burnt the tarp afterwards, so it wasn't evidence left there.
Yeah, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. It'd be a bad Dexter if that's what they were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like these people were really trying to get away with anything. But if you were a random person, then you would just leave everything there. You wouldn't take anything with you. You know what I mean? You wouldn't take her phone. You wouldn't take anything.
No, you'd leave it. You'd leave it there and just take off. Yeah, you'd be gone.
Kind of like what the scene looks like. It was some random thing. Maybe they thought she was going to send Venmo to them. She sent it to her daughter instead, and they were like, "What are you doing?" You know. And then that's where that happened, and they just took off.
Mackenzie Blue just said, would you think that's weird if someone asked you to buy those items? Oh, hell yeah. I would think it would be I would question it. I'd be like, why do you want me to buy tarp and a torch? Like I said, for me, my biggest theory was the homeless person theory, because it was the only thing that I could make sense of it. And I know now that that's probably not right, because the tarp would be to, keep someone dry. It helps make a camp. And the torch would be to start a fire in a rainy area, because a lighter ain't going to do shit. And paper towels it's not going to help you really start a fire. It's not going to help you catch wood alight. But in my mind, I was thinking, a homeless person could easily say, I need these items, and then she could have gone, okay, well, do you need a lift anywhere? And they could say, yeah, can you give me a lift to this woodland area so I can set up camp for myself so it's drier? And then that's where they killed her, and she sent the Vimo as quickly as she could to just say, hey, here's the money at my account. They're not letting me go. And they held her at gunpoint to drive to where she drove. But I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know, like I said before, if she was like a friendly person where she would offer someone a ride, that case or whatever. Because didn't that something just happened kind of like this where the couple, it was students, they were camping and a lady flagged them down. It was like, hey, I need your help, and ended up shooting the one guy and they shot her. It was and she lived in a homeless camp inside the woods right there.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly the details on it, but it was like it was kind of like, hey, they were hiking through an area, and I mean, she could have been driving down the road and seen someone on the side of the road and said, "Oh man, I'm gonna
Waving
help
her
them
down.
out." Yeah, waving her down, or especially if it was like a couple, a guy and a girl, that would make it a little more safe to ask, or maybe a family, a guy, a girl, and a kid, or they fake it like it's a kid. There's a kid there that to get her to stop and then, take control of it from there.
But it just doesn't make sense as to why she was out there all that way.
Well, I explained that earlier. Like, I live near a football stadium, and on those certain days when there's a game, I kind of stay away from that area, maybe go a little bit out of my way. And I know around here in Florida, it could be the same dollar store or even different dollar stores for that matter. They have a lot of different stuff in there. Like, it's not the same thing depending on what area you're in. It changes the products that are there. I'm not to say that she couldn't have found all that stuff at a closer dollar store. Um, and then the other reason was if she just got in a fight with her daughter the night before, I like to drive and
Yeah.
just clear my thoughts and take a little drive. An hour isn't that far. I mean, where I live, if you're not going to the beach, everything else is about an hour away. So
So if she was going to go to this game, scrap the theory that she was buying these products for someone else. Would you take tarp and some
yeah,
paper towel to a game?
yeah, why not? I mean, it seems that you can never have enough paper towels for one, and a tarp could be for many things. You could put it over if it's raining. You could
Yeah.
put it on the ground or cover something up that you don't want to get wet at that time.
Even to put over your car seat because you don't want your car seat to get wet if you've been out in the rain.
Exactly, if you're soaked like
Yeah.
that. And yeah, I know when I use camping, and I go camping a lot, and I'll just have one. We have a canopy we put up, but if it's raining, I'll put tarps on like 2 or 3 of the sides to keep it more of an enclosed where the rain doesn't come in at all. I mean, so you could have extended it from the van and had a nice little area just to hang out in if it was raining. In a lighter, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't do we know if she smokes or not? That was another big thing because I know a lot of times I don't smoke, but if you're with someone or you say she came out of the dollar store, she's like, "Oh, I don't want to smoke in the rent a car." She's standing outside her car smoking a cigarette, waiting. 10 minutes isn't that long of a time when you're smoking a cigarette. I mean, it's about 5 to 7 minutes to smoke a cigarette. Not to say that that's what happened. They said that she got in the car from all accounts, but maybe she could have drove away to another section of the strip mall or whatever, got out of her car and smoked a cigarette and encountered someone there too. Or she just really wanted a cigarette, pulled over on the side of the road right there and happened to run into some homeless people that were off in the distance and or something, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if she does smoke. That would explain the lighter and a couple other things. But as far as the tarp and the poncho and the paper towels, that's all just normal stuff. I mean, especially if it's raining, your window gets fogged up. Probably in Atlanta, but Georgia, like Florida is, my window gets fogged all the time. just to wipe it off, especially if you're in the car for a long period of time, if the car isn't running. And there's a lot of things to use paper towels for.
See, I wonder whether it's going to come out and it's going to be something that none of us speculated, because sometimes that's what happens. It's going to be really interesting when you know, the LE comes out and tell us what happened. But it, like they said, they've had so many curveballs in this case already. It's just what could happen further than this could be beyond anyone's imagination. Throw a curveball in, it could have been her husband.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be random. That's why they haven't got so much information, and they're still. I mean, they got to work the
I don't
case.
know about
Yeah.
random. I feel like they're pretty confident. I mean, I feel like they're pretty confident in what they said. You know what I mean? They seem like they're pretty damn confident.
100%.
As far as like doing search warrants, I mean, they've already done 2 search warrants, or well, 2 or 3. I mean, I guess they didn't say how many. I don't know why I'm speculating on 2 and 3. I just,
Well,
I don't know where I got 2 and 3. But
I heard that there were 3. I heard that there were 3 search warrants out for the daughter, and that was for the home and some. I think it was her phone and something else.
I think I find them confident in their due diligence. That's what I got. They portrayed. They're confident. I agree with that, but in their due diligence and looking at everything in this case, I think that's kind of what I
well, and
gathered.
in the press conference, they just said it wasn't random, and I believe that didn't they say it wasn't a random act, and they
were confident that it wasn't a random act.
Yeah.
And that they reckon that it was someone she knew or knew of.
And they said it was not drug related that they were aware of.
Yeah, which I thought it was ridiculous when people were saying that she was out in the woods cooking meth.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I never heard that. That must be coming from these Facebook groups, huh?
No, it was on someone's live on YouTube. I popped in for 5 minutes and I popped straight out. I was like, hell no. There is no way.
There's a lot of girl. You will hear channels talking weird, crazy conspiracy theories, crazy off the wall stuff.
Like, how in the hell would a woman her age be out in the woods cooking meth in the middle of nowhere in the rain, pretty much? It just that does not make sense.
What's really crazy to me is that they don't know where the money's at. The Venmo money, they don't know where it's at. They don't know what device it was sent on.
Is it true that the money was sent? Do we know that is fact?
Yeah, I'm not even sure you could send that much money in one shot on Venmo.
This is what I'm saying. It's come from Amanda, but did that actually happen? Did the Venmo get sent? Was there money that was
I believe
actually
the police would have said if it didn't, they would have said the Venmo was not sent, or you know what I mean?
But they didn't. They didn't say that it was. They just said that there was a message, I believe. They didn't say Venmo. They said that there was a message.
Yeah, message sent through Venmo. I don't think that they can send that much money on Venmo in one shot like that either. So maybe the message was sent and the amount was there, but Venmo just didn't send it because it has to be under a certain amount. I don't know that to be 100%, but that seems like a very high amount just to be sent willy nilly. I know when I go to my bank, it's hard to even pull out more than $500 at a time. I have to go inside, and like.
Yeah, an ATM in the UK where you can only take out £250.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, it was a lot more than $2,300, but I was purchasing a car, and they wouldn't let me pull out. They wouldn't just give me cash so I could go there. I had to get a certified check and jump through all these hoops to get the money to do that. So,
because that's the point. Because if she took out the money from a bank, then they would know that the money was taken from her account anyway.
Yeah, the only way that they wouldn't know where the money was is if she received that money in Venmo and turned around and sent it in Venmo to someone else.
Hey guys.
And then that person just cleared out the account, shut down the Venmo, and that would be the end of it.
I use Venmo a lot, so I could straighten up. Like you could only send $2,000 a day, but you could keep money in your account. So she
Ooh.
probably had 385 in her account because that's happened to me where I've had money in the account and I've like I use it for my business a lot, and so the maximum you could send is 2,000, but she probably already had 385 in there from her bank. The maximum is 2,000, so she probably had 385 in her account. And that's why she did the 2,000 max plus the 385, like 100%, because you only could do 2,000 a day with them from your bank.
Yeah,
But
I
you
made
could
bullet point notes about what the police said in the press conference. And one of them, a direct quote is, "All we know right now about the Venmo is that the money was sent to Amanda. Law enforcement do not know where the money is now." And they again reiterated that they cannot confirm what device the Venmo was sent from.
Yeah, isn't that crazy that they
Yeah.
don't know what device it was sent from or where the money's at? Like, what? I don't know why they wouldn't have asked Amanda. Where's the money at, Amanda?
And
Did
another
it clear?
really,
Did you clear it to your bank account? Is it still sitting there? Because she should be able to show where the money's at.
right.
So how do they not know? Which is like I said. And then you know what else was really suspect to me was when she first called. She's like, "I'm not trying to be mean or ugly or anything, but do I need to hire a PI?"
I heard that. I heard that too.
Now,
Seems
what
like
the fuck would you hire a PI for? Let the fucking police do their job, first of all, and then if they're not, or you feel that you're not getting anywhere, then of course hire a PI, but don't call the police station and just start talking. You know what I mean? Just start saying things like that. I don't think that's.
When did she call and say that? When was that? Was it just a couple
It
days
was on,
after?
it was on one of the 911 calls, and she's like, "I'm not being ugly, and I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but do I need to hire like a PI to get things going, or?"
she does seem
You know what I
really
mean?
upset though.
Yeah, and I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
I would be extremely
No, I
upset
know,
as
but
well.
it's
So
hard to
I do
tell.
understand, but
Yeah.
I mean, I would want the police to do their job as well. First, I would want to give them time to,
Yeah.
complete their investigation or at least attempt to. I mean, shit, it's only been 2 weeks at that point. What, had it only been a week, I think, when that call came in? I mean,
Yeah, but you could look at that a dozen different ways. I mean, where she's just trying to get
true.
some information, or she's like, "Hey, look, I don't want this to become a cold case. Do I need a detective or a private investigator to look at this right now
Yeah,
while
because
it's
you could
going
feel
on?"
like,
You know?
You can read it either way. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Through the and listening to the press conference, I kept on pausing it because I wanted to write down the information like as they were saying it. And I made like bullet points and I emailed it to you, Queen. But I found it interesting that they were saying persons of interest. But then they said records and data analysis cannot be revealed because we don't want our suspects to get that information. And them saying suspects was a direct quote. And then they went back to saying persons of interest. So I found that interesting. And then law enforcement was asked if they can confirm whether their persons of interest include family members. And Ellie stated that family members cannot be ruled out. They are developing leads. And the info law enforcement requested is coming in. Person or persons of interest was again reiterated. So I don't know. I feel like once you kind of break down the things that they were saying, I don't know, the daughter and the daughter's boyfriend are looking kind of sus to me. And then law enforcement is treating this as a murder investigation. I already said about the Venmo. So she did receive it, but they don't know where the money is now, and they don't know how, what device it came from. So somebody in the press also asked her about, or also asked law enforcement about what activity she was doing in the car. Like, could they see her And did it, like, in my opinion, it sounded like they were asking whether or not they could tell that she was like on her phone sending a Venmo, and they could not confirm that either. Did I freeze up? Hello?
I hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Like nobody's talking back to me. Let's see. Later in the conference, law enforcement said Amanda told law enforcement that Debbie went to that Family Dollar to buy cleaning supplies to help Amanda clean up her new apartment. So I'm just going through to help clean up her apartment. And then when they said Steve Collier, her husband, was working at the time that she disappeared. So he was confirmed to be parking cars from 9 a.m. to 4:06 p.m. on Saturday. And then I just made a note conclusion. In my opinion, the husband, Steve, has been cleared by law enforcement. That's just my opinion, though, based off what they've said.
Yeah. They said that they had him at work, right? They had video of him at work during that time. And then
I mean, that's a pretty ironclad alibi.
Right. And then they said Debbie grasping a small tree indicates she could have been alive at the time she went down the ravine. It's very possible that she survived being burned. And that's from law enforcement. And then the majority of and or all items purchased at Family Dollar were at the crime scene. And then I thought it was kind of interesting. So Amanda lived in Maryland with her brother and had just moved to Georgia on the 8th. So it was like she just got back to Georgia, and then all this happened.
like 2 days before, right? It was like that's interesting too.
And then about the Venmo note, when the press asked, it said, did Amanda give law enforcement any indication about the Venmo note? And law enforcement said no. Amanda can't or won't offer any insight as to whom they are in the Venmo note. And then, they said every time that they confirm something, they confirm a fact, then there's another curveball. And then very complex investigation with unanswered questions. Many things are not common in a typical death investigation. And then, so I feel like they were kind of like trying not to say that they have suspects, but of course they leaked the word suspects. So
they said it without saying it, kind of. They said we have persons of interest, right? Didn't they say that people they're looking into or something?
Yeah. So they said persons of interest several times, but then the officer slipped and actually said suspect. So that was a direct quote.
Oh, interesting.
They said we don't want our suspects to get that information. And then they went back to persons of interest. I think somebody else got on the microphone at that point. They moved it over to somebody else. So
yeah, I think they might have noticed, and then they were like, "Oh, shush."
Yeah. So
I mean, if it isn't a random act, then it has to be somebody that she knows, right? Because they said it wasn't like a random act.
Or knows of. It might not be someone that she's close to. It could just be someone that she knows in the community.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said that. I think I wrote down exactly what they said about that. Yes, this act was committed by somebody Debbie knows or had some sort of association with. This act was deliberate and personal.
Then it has to go back to that Venmo, because why would you send a Venmo like you put a message in Venmo, but it's you would send a text or I don't understand that. Yeah.
And they found her phone and purse were at the crime scene. And they're still trying to obtain connections as to why Debbie was in that area. So they're still trying to confirm it. But then later in the conference, he said that Amanda gave a statement early on in the investigation that Debbie went to the Family Dollar to buy cleaning supplies to help her clean up her new apartment. So to me, that says they don't believe that's what Amanda said, but they don't
Because it doesn't, what happened, wasn't there to buy cleaning supplies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that doesn't match.
Yeah. So just that there's something sus about that, or that, I don't know. In my opinion, they are not trusting everything that is coming from the daughter.
And the boyfriend, yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And if it's somebody that she knows, and that Venmo is just hard to get out of your head. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, why send money in a text it just doesn't make sense. That's,
right.
At all. Like, other than, that she would be involved somehow, or somebody that knows her was involved with the daughter.
And they said Amanda was on the phone with Debbie. So Debbie was on the phone with Amanda on Saturday.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
At like 12 o'clock, right? And then this happened at like 3 o'clock. 3-ish.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2:55. She went into the Dollar Tree, I think, the dollar store.
Right.
So, and it took like an hour to get there. It was like an hour from her house. That's also random,
Right.
that it's so far, because somebody said that she passed like 3 or 4 on the way there of other the same store.
She passed like 3 or 4 different Family Dollars that she could have stopped at. But yeah, it says 2:54 to 3:10, and then she sat in the car until 3:19, approximately 3:19 to 3:20.
And sent the Venmo during that time, and then the phone went right off after the Venmo was sent.
But then it says they don't know. They don't know what device but then they turned around in the same press conference, because I wrote it all down, little points, But then they said, because it says, where is Venmo ? It's a question I wrote out, but it says they don't know, and they don't know what device it was sent on.
Right. It's hard to send from another device, though, to be honest. Like, if you sometimes, like, if I have somebody new that I'm sending a Venmo to, you have to like text a number, and you have to put that number in your phone. It's
I don't know how Venmo works, but I do know how PayPal and Cash
It's owned by PayPal. Like, Venmo is owned by PayPal, but it works similar. There's a card associated. You could have a Venmo card, a credit card that could be a debit card as well. So they could have taken that money out right away. Do you know what I mean? And it's definitely, I think that the limit from bank account transfers is $2,000. So she probably got $2,000 from the bank and whatever was left in the account, because people like keep like money in like a Venmo account, like a PayPal.
Well, yeah,
account.
I mean, I have a
Same
PayPal
thing.
and I have a
Same
PayPal and
exact
then a
thing.
Cash App, which I got for the channel, like when people want to donate or support like the channel, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I have it for that, and then that's pretty much all I use it for. So I don't have cards
But you
that
need
go
like
with
a
it or
4-digit.
whatever.
Yeah. You need like a code though when you're sending it. Like I had to send it to like a roadside assistance guy for like, and he had to ask me for my last 4 digits, and he had to
So
put that
I wonder
in.
then if Amanda had that code. You said you have to have a code to send
Well,
it.
the code is like the last 4 digits. Yeah, she could know that it's the last 4 digits of her phone, but you have to actually put it in on your phone. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It has to
But
be in
what
if she had
there's a
both
device
phones,
at Debbie's house that because I personally do not think that Debbie sent that Venmo from her phone. But if in that Venmo note she's giving herself an excuse for having that money, right, for the Venmo being sent, but also giving herself access to the house.
Yeah, she could.
Dad's gone, and now
Does Ellie have the phone?
But it doesn't make sense that she would just automatically drain their bank account. She does have a living husband. She knows her. I mean, even if she knows she's going to be murdered or whatever, she's going to be killed. She knows she has a living husband who's going to have to be taking care of the bills and paying payments and, taking care of her. Why would she just be like, okay, you know what? Here, I'm going to send all of our money to my daughter. That's what I'm going to do.
I have a theory about that. I think if she's sending the daughter money all the time to bail her out, then the first person that will come up for the Venmo would be her daughter. And if she's in a rush or a hurry, she's going to send it to the first person that's going to be there.
Does anybody know how many Venmos have gone out of that account to the daughter before? Because I'm wondering if Debbie even knew about that. Like, what if the daughter set up that Venmo account and was sending herself money once?
Stealing money.
Yeah.
She would get emails. I mean, unless you have to really verify it when you set it up,
But
with your
Well,
bank
yeah, and
account.
it was set up in her and Steve's
mom
name.
can't access.
You see the Venmo says it came from Steve Collier on there.
Yeah, it's a joint account, isn't it?
It could have been from like an iPad at home or something. Definitely. I think you could do the same thing, but and if you've already sent to somebody, you don't have to put that verification in. I'm just saying if somebody else had it and you know what I mean, a different phone that was using
Well,
your Venmo.
so could the payment have come from Steve?
Yeah. From his.
Wow.
Yeah, because it's if they both have Venmo on their phone and they do a shared account, definitely.
And that's why Ellie are looking into like what device sent it, I'm guessing, because they wouldn't know whether it was Deborah or Steve or whether it could be from the iPad or.
I feel like there would be like an IP address though.
Device from her home.
Yeah, it could be. It definitely could be. You know that I think that you say it because I could easily have had it on my on my iPad and send a Venmo from there.
Yeah.
And that would make sense if you said she's already in the house. Like to send it from there, and then I don't know. It's confusing this whole thing.
We need Ryan to decipher the lettering for each of the 2, the 3, the 8, and the 5, and I think we'll figure it out then.
I saw that it doesn't correlate to anything. Someone said it correlated to different interstates and roads and that lot, but it didn't make any sense. It got mapped out.
Yeah, I was only kidding. It was a joke.
Okay.
She probably just had 385 in there and took out the max from the bank for the day. You know, I mean, I think I saw that it's 2,000, but maybe people have different ones, different limits.
Did Ellie state that they had her phone?
Yes. Yes, they have her phone. So her phone and her purse were at the crime scene, and they have her phone.
Okay.
So I think they were, from what I gathered, is they're not willing to kind of commit to any information about anywhere related to the daughter.
Is this note from them? Is this from this case, this note, or is this from something else?
From years ago, from the boyfriend.
That's old.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought this was from the boyfriend, but I wanted to make sure it wasn't from something else. I thought that was from this case. But what was he? Why did they save that? Why is that saved from years ago? If it was written years ago, why do they still have it?
Good question, right?
So if Ellie are trying to figure out what device sent the Venmo, if they have Deborah's phone, then surely they would know it was sent from her phone.
Yeah, they know. They know.
They have to know.
Yeah,
it's pretty easy. I think you just get an IP address and then you'll
by
know where
them
it was
saying
sent.
that, are they saying that it wasn't sent from her phone?
That's what I'm gleaning from it, because when I made notes, like there were several times that the Venmo was talked about, and they're wanting to reiterate that we cannot confirm with you, the public, that Venmo was sent from the device that Deborah had.
But they said that they are looking into what device it was sent from.
Right. Which, I mean, I don't know. I think that's just like, I think they know a lot of things that they're just not going to tell us that they know. And that's just my opinion, but.
Well, why wouldn't she just send a text? I mean, if the daughter was trying to make this all up and do an alibi and stuff, she could have just did a text and it wouldn't look so shady by sending money through Venmo and this in the text.
Can Venmo be unlocked and sent through thumbprint? Like for example, my banking app, I can unlock it with a thumbprint. Is that the same with Venmo?
Well, right. The Venmo account can be accessed from another device, whereas her text messages, she can't send a text from Debbie's phone if she's not with Debbie's phone.
Yeah.
At that
her
time.
phone was found at the scene.
Correct. Yep.
I mean, it kind of makes a little bit more sense than the set an alibi without having to use her phone per se. But I mean, she ought to know. She doesn't know that Venmo couldn't be traced to. I mean, not that it can or can't. We don't know yet, but she wouldn't know that it can or cannot be traced by the police to know.
I don't know. I think you've got to be pretty dumb to think that it can't be.
Well, exactly. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. That kind of negates that. Then her using that to bypass not being able to use the phone. it just throws another wrench in this thing with the money and makes her look bad. So
It
she
would
was
just
trying to,
that would just be like it. That would speak on her intelligence.
Right. And if she's an addict, I mean, so I'm in recovery. I'm a former addict. So I guess the way that I'm thinking about
Woo, well
the
done.
daughter is that, I'm thinking about somebody that's using and just trying to get a fix, trying to, get resources and or drugs. So
I mean, not to be mean, but what drug is this chick on? She don't look like she's on any drug that I've known. Something that's where it's
I think
hundreds of
just because
dollars.
she's an addict, I think it doesn't mean that she has to look like your stereotypical addict. There's famous people running around that are addicts on so many different drugs, and you'd never know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's confirmed just through like the boyfriend and their own history that there's drug use for both of them. I don't know what drugs. I haven't looked into it, but I mean, they're kind of nomadic, like their history, their records, the way they live their lives indicates that they're likely still abusing substances. In my
And
opinion.
she's been on and off it, right? So
yeah, and like
yeah.
if it's opioids, that's not something that you just casually can just jump off, and like you can't just flirt with that stuff because it's a physical addiction, right? I don't, some people have said,
Yeah, I'm
she's on
not
other
to.
things, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not trying to shame her or anything, but she's a
Sure.
little. She just by the looks of her, she doesn't really look like. I mean, I could see maybe on pills, but even then, I mean, everyone that I've ever known that was on from pills to whatever, they were definitely. You could tell that they were a little. She just looks like she's healthy. Like she's not really.
You think the daughter looked healthy?
Well, not healthy as in not on drugs. I when I think of
You mean out of
drugs and
shape?
heavy things, that really skinny. Your face is caving in. You're not eating. You're not sleeping.
That's
There's a lot of
years.
stuff.
That can take years to look like that. That could be over 5-10 years of use. It depends on how bad you slip into it. She's, if she's on and off it as well, so if she's not taking it every day because she can't get hold of it every day because it costs a lot, then
yeah, and
she
pills
wouldn't
damage your
necessarily look
liver,
like a stereotypical addict.
So pills will damage your liver, make you swell. You can retain excess water, retain weight.
Yep.
So
you can get edema in your legs, which can make your legs swell up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she could just be on morphine. She could be getting morphine off the street. She could be getting it through other people's prescriptions. She can be fraudulent with it. It might not be an on the street drug. It could be prescription. Nobody knows.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, there is always the possibility of someone being bigger like that, but in most cases, I'm going to say 9 out of 10 times there you could actually see the effects of the drug on the person, whereas she just seemed like a normal overweight person. You know what I mean? To me, anyways.
I don't know, because I've known I don't know if you guys know this sort of weight because of what we calculate in England. I've seen a 20 stone woman who's been taking speed for 10 years.
So here's
every day.
this is one of Amanda's I believe this is one of her mug shots that was in one of the groups. This is one of them. And this is another picture right here of her.
Yeah,
that's
she
like
looks
a full body picture of her. And they were talking about like the legs because they didn't know if it was her mom. I said, well, that was definitely her mom. They've already confirmed that it was her mom at the store,
Yeah, their legs are totally different. It could never have been.
It's not bleach blonde hair either.
Yeah, so I don't foresee her, like they were saying that it might have been her, and I don't see that at all.
Yeah.
Also, I was gonna say here's a picture of her and her brother together. Right here. So these would be the two kids. So I mean, she doesn't in some of these pictures. She doesn't look like she's strung out on drugs, or you know what I mean.
And makeup can cover up a lot, you know.
Well, yeah, but we don't know what drugs. We don't know how long. We don't know if she's been to rehab. We don't know if she's on like meth, if she took pills, if she's on methadone or Suboxone or Subutex, or we don't know. You know, we really don't know.
It could even be like Ritalin. I don't know what you could do. You call it? Is it Adderall in the States, or what is it?
We have both of those.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, we have it all here. I live by Chicago, so you can get anything you want, really. I mean, pretty much you can get anything you want.
Is cannabis legal in her state?
In Georgia,
Yeah.
that's
Is
where they're
it?
living at now. I don't believe so.
I don't
Is
think
it?
so. It seems like I don't.
Because she could be classed as
Let
an
me look it
addict just for smoking weed, you know.
Yeah, I guess I if you look at, I mean, just if you look at their history and everything, I don't know what she or they could be using or abusing, but they don't, they don't have their shit together. I guess that's my point. Like they don't seem
Well,
like
no,
they're
but the
in a good.
boyfriend comes out and he's like, she's taking $500 and $600 a week for dope.
Right.
Okay, well, you don't spend $500 and $600 a week on meth. Meth is a cheap ass drug that you can stay up for days. You can spend $100 a week and be up, for 2 weeks straight or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's like oxys.
Cocaine is an expensive drug. Yeah.
Yep.
Heroin. I mean, that's going to be an expensive habit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I can't see meth being $500 and $600 a week habit. It's cheap, nasty, garbage ass shit.
I don't want to stereotype her, but I'm in recovery from opioids, and that's what she looks like to me. That's what she looks like. She looks like
It
she's
looks
somebody
more like
that's been,
like a pill addiction. Well, then her mom had back problems, and I'm thinking maybe her mom was possibly, had medicine or prescriptions or whatever as well.
Right.
That could be another incentive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Queenie,
Tyler Durden said,
I
Laura
agree.
say-
I think it's pain meds.
Yeah.
Hold on. She said, did Laura say she solved this case and that someone took the mom's clothes to pretend it was her? Where'd you hear that at, Tyler? Where the hell did you hear that? In Georgia, she said medical marijuana only. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is here in Florida. Medical marijuana only. But they have dispensaries everywhere. So, I mean, if you just hang out in front, someone's going to run in there with a medical card and buy you whatever you want. Kind of
Medical
like a
cards are
liquor
super
store.
easy to get.
Yeah, I mean, they deliver it here in Florida. Like, you go online and then they just drop it off in some unmarked van.
Yeah,
at
that's
your
what my
front door.
brother's like, legit disabled, and he gets his delivered to him.
In the UK, weed is a Class B drug. It is high up there. It's in the same classification as amphetamines.
Oh wow.
That's how it used to be here.
Yeah, the UK government, they hate it. They absolutely hate it. And we are not looking any forward to legalization on it either. We're so behind with that, which creates a higher drug problem here. But our biggest issue is cocaine, speed, weed, and heroin. It's rife here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's bad in the States too.
And we also have what they call it's basically it's a pain med pandemic. That's what they call it, because they give out morphine like it's sweets, and so many people get addicted to it that they call it the morphine pandemic, because doctors are giving it out left, right, and center, and we have so many people in the UK addicted to it.
Yeah, here too in America.
Yep. It's horrible.
Well, I was going to say over here, it's more fentanyl and oxy. I don't know about morphine in my area, but that's pretty much what it is over here. But yeah, it's the same. I mean, it's one and the same. It's all, it's all opiates.
Fentanyl just pisses me off.
Yeah.
Me too. I mean, because the tiniest amount can take you out.
Yeah.
So scary.
Mm.
It's really crazy. It could be like on
and 9 times
dollars.
out of 10, it's an accident. You don't even know you've taken it.
Yeah, so that's what I think is. I think, drug related, maybe as far as the people who committed it, you know. I mean, I know they said that they now don't believe that it's drug related, but if you're going to relate anything to drugs in this, I would think that it would be, you know, they're saying it's people she knows, people close
Yeah.
to her.
What be the motive of, like, I mean, just to get that 2385, you know, is that, what's the motive if it was a daughter or somebody?
Did Deborah have life insurance?
That would go to the dad, right?
We don't know, but yeah, it would go to her husband that she's married to,
Yeah.
right? Unless it was in the
Yeah.
will that it went
No,
to the
it would go to
daughter.
the dad first. Yep.
But
And
yeah,
then,
that's what I was thinking. They're married, so it would go to him first.
yeah, life insurance doesn't go to like the child, you know.
Yeah,
Unless
gonna find
But
out.
if she's dumb enough to think that a Vimo isn't trackable, you know.
I don't know. I mean, it just seems very odd, that whole Venmo message. If it was just a Venmo, then it could be like, oh, she was going to send her this. It was sent before, you know, it's still been suspicious, right? But adding the message just makes it more weird and not able to understand it, you know, without more information.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe there's some sort of panic, you know, I don't know. I think it was likely the daughter and the boyfriend, whoever. I'm not certain that the daughter's the one that did it, but maybe was, I don't know. But I do believe that she is somehow involved. Obviously, with the Venmo, the money. Yeah, she's just.
So we could verify where the daughter was at certain points. So what, the boyfriend was hiding in the back of the van the whole day, or when she left to go to the dollar store, and then he jumped out at some point. They have to. If there was other communication other than them talking face to face, then the cops wouldn't have that information from a cell phone or whatever. There would have to be some kind of setup for her to go an hour and a half away and then randomly sit in her car for 10 minutes, make the Venmo payment, and then leave, head down the road. And by all looks of it, she popped a Yui, went back to the other side of the street or the highway and pulled off to the side. So,
Yeah, she went the other way on the highway. Why? All of a sudden she turned around. That's
And
weird.
this is it. What you've got to remember is if the cops knew everything right now, they would have someone in custody, and they do not. They don't have any ironclad, someone's going down. They still don't know. They're tying up loose ends.
that's a long time, though, is what I'm saying. If they
Yeah.
didn't have any communication between the 12 o'clock phone call that she said she had with her mom and then the 319 Venmo payment, you know, that's 3 hours. What happened in those 3 hours? They couldn't have set her up 3 hours ahead of time to have everything fall into place perfectly where she would pull off by the road there.
I'm wondering whether they're sort of staking out the boyfriend and the daughter. They want them to slip up. I'm wondering whether they are watching them. They need something concrete, and the only concrete thing they can get is if they speak about it, something goes down like that.
Yeah, because that's what I gathered from the press conference. A lot of people are saying, "Oh no, they have a lot of stuff." I feel like they really don't have much information.
What if
And
they have DNA? Do they have
that
any?
leads me to being more of a random crime, even though they said that it's not. But it just leads me to that. Maybe they're saying it's not a random crime because it actually is, and they're trying to fool the people that actually did it into thinking, "Oh man, they got the daughter and the boyfriend on the hook for this thing. Now we're good to
But
go."
what they also might be doing is they might not be saying that it's because if they know or they think that it's the daughter or the boyfriend, they might be saying that to spook them, to get them to say something in private that they can record, or that they can get some form of, like, you know, a little bit of evidence more to then go, "We've got you," you know. It's almost like the law enforcement are trying to spook them enough to get them to say something or do something so that they can pin them.
Yeah, but they've already said like so much that's kind of shady and making them a suspect that I don't know. It's just weird to me. That's why I just don't think they have that much information about it. I mean, it's been 19 days already. You think they would have had a couple more video? They could pinpoint when the van was on the side of the road a little bit more nailed down. Then basically they said from sometime between 3:19 the day before on Saturday and 11 a.m. on Sunday, the car ended up being there. They don't know anything that happened during that whole period of time from the time she left Family Dollar 3:19 to when they found the car. That's a long time in between there for them not to know anything or have any video.
And
And
even
then
with the DNA, it could be circumstantial. They might have the DNA from the car that might be the daughter, but that's easy. They could have the daughter's DNA in that car just because the daughter sat in the car. It
Yeah,
doesn't mean that that was connected to the murder. So any
of
DNA they've
course.
got,
Yeah.
whether it's on Debbie or on her clothes, it might not be from the murder, which is why they're like, ah, shit, we
Oh,
haven't got them.
totally. Yeah, because it's yeah, that would be all over her.
They
Exactly.
need, this is it, they need something substantial enough to pin these people down.
yeah, and I don't think there is really. I mean, that's the scary part. That's to for them to anyways. Even the dad, I don't see them. It just seems more of a random thing just with all that time. That's a lot of time.
But did she? Could this be a decent theory? If she, because she said that she went. Amanda said that she went to the dollar store with her mum, and she only returned 2 days before this, right? Could that be to say that's why her, her DNA could be in the car?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure that they're gonna say, "Yeah, we've been in the car," even if they hadn't been in the car, if they're responsible for this. That's kind of,
But
if
trying to
she had the
prove.
car, but if she's had the car since they've been back, then there's no reason why their DNA wouldn't be in the car.
But this is it. But try and
Oh, it was a
prove to the law
rental
enforcement she
car.
was.
It was a rental car though, guys, right?
Yeah.
So maybe who knows if, and she just got back 2 days before. Who knows if the daughter was even in that car? If it was a
This is what I'm
rental.
saying. So did
Yeah.
Amanda say that she was in that car
Oh
going
yeah.
to the store with her mum that day to say that her DNA was in that car? That's why you've got that
Oh
piece
yes,
of fabric on my hair is in that car.
that's a
Yeah,
possibility. Yeah, I mean it
but I
is.
mean, and with the rent a car, who knows whose DNA is in the rent a car? There could
Right.
be
And
DNA from
again, that'll
the
be
last
another
7
reason why
rentals.
the police are being thrown off because there's so much DNA in that vehicle.
I mean, it's possible, but I mean, just because her DNA is, I mean, that's not a huge deal to me. I mean, you're gonna ride in your mother's car, whether it's a rental or not. I mean, especially if she just got back and she could have just said that she went to a dollar store, but it's like she's inserting all this stuff and it's kind of helping find out where her mom was at the time. It's
Yeah, you
not
can look at it
helping
both
her at
ways.
all.
Yeah.
It's
But
kind of
is she
helping the
doing that
case.
to make herself look innocent?
No, she could, by all means, for sure. But
Could
it's
be.
not it's so innocent too that it's not a huge deal. Like if her DNA was in the car. I mean, if her DNA was in the back of the car, like I mean, I don't know. It just seems
Or
like
on the goods that were just bought that she didn't have any access to. You know what I mean? Like any
Because
of those objects.
the
No.
burning of the objects and of Debbie could be to get rid of DNA as well. That's logical. That's perfectly logical.
Yeah, for sure. Um, yeah, it's just bizarre. I mean, all those things that she bought could have been used, and I don't think somebody was making her buy those things at the store. It
yeah,
just seems
that's even more strange
But
that
why
somebody
would
would
the
be like,
things
go
be
buy
at the
that
crime
stuff
scene?
maybe because they were with her. I don't know, and they
because
were
she had just
used.
left the store with them.
But it's a
Yeah.
weird thing to take with you into the woods.
Yeah, unless the people who were with her took used just like kind of used what they had to, because they were found with her. It's just too much. It's too much doesn't fit. You know, it's bizarre that those things were found with her, but they're not like a tarp, a rain. Like if she was going to a game, all those things like paper towels, maybe she's just picking it up for her house. Not for you know, or lighter. Maybe she's picking that up for her husband. You just never know what
I
she's
said that
getting.
the tarp could be to lie in her driver's seat so she doesn't get it wet after being at the game.
Yeah, something like that. Or maybe she needed one to cover something at her house if it was raining, you know? You just never know.
It's like if she has a log burner, she might need to cover up the wood at home, something simple like that.
Oh my God, it could be like the simplest explanation for all of those things, you
Yeah,
know?
she had something outside on the porch, and she's like, "Oh, it's gonna rain all day today and tomorrow. I better get a tarp and cover that up." You know, her bikes are outside or something. I know I put tarps over my bikes. You know,
Is
so
she is where she lives? Is that state getting affected by the hurricane?
Yeah, probably just
now it is.
they'll
Yeah.
probably have rain coming.
So
Like,
this is
yeah.
you know, that's perfectly
But that
applicable
was a
for
couple weeks ago, though, you know?
the tarp. You know.
But it always rains in Georgia. But that was like weeks ago, November 11th, when she disappeared. You know what I mean? So that's not today. The hurricane is now. But it always rains. It's not like a place that doesn't rain. Georgia, it definitely rains. You know.
Yeah, it rains every afternoon, just like in Florida. It
Yeah,
seems like certain
yeah,
times of the year, especially now.
it's similar kind of. Not yeah. It's weird. What about the pocketbook that was seen with her in the store and then seen at the house? Did you hear about that? Or was that debunked or anything? That the bag that she was carrying was also in the house? Did you guys hear that? That was on surveillance at the dollar store.
Yeah, she had it wrapped around her, like hanging from her.
And then it was
I,
at
I
the
don't.
house
I
later?
don't know if it
No,
was ever said it was back at the house. There was a
it's not
person.
confirmed that that was the same bag.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I don't know how many people switch. Sometimes people switch midday. I know people have lots of bags. Somebody was talking about that, but
Yeah, she might be a handbag hoarder.
yeah, she might have like one for this, one for that kind of thing. You know, you never know.
Well, that's how
She
Michael.
might have a nice handbag that she has for whatever, and then she was like, oh no, it's going to be raining, so I want my fake leather bag to take with me so I don't ruin that handbag.
Exactly. If she's going to the game later, she might have like switched them out that morning, you know?
Yeah, because my girlfriend, she's not a big handbag person, but she has a different thing depending on what we're doing. If she's going to the beach, she has a special purse that she puts everything in, you know, and then if she's going to like wherever, she'll switch to a different purse. And then she just has like her wallet also, which she could pull out of her purse, which has like, you know, cash or IDs and stuff like that in it if she just wants to bring that along. So, I mean, we don't know for sure. I thought they said, didn't they say they found her phone and her purse was there too at the scene along with the other bag
Yeah, I heard that.
from the store?
Hmm.
So I mean, I'm sure that it was all there, and for
Yeah.
that bag to be out in the woods, it's not a huge deal for me because they're probably like, if someone was there forcing her out, they're like, get out of the car, yeah, you know, grab your purse and stuff, or she just automatically grabs that stuff as she gets out of the car. I mean, kind of like a routine that you have,
She
and
was in the CCTV at the store. She was very specific that she wanted the tote to be used. The cashier was going to put it in a plastic bag, but she was like, no, put it in this bag. And then they stopped and started loading up the other bag.
yeah, she just used the bag. I mean, I do that too. You go into the store because a lot of these stores don't have bags anymore, or you have to bring your own bag in.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if that store does that, but you know, a lot of people bring in their own bag just for recycling purposes, not to use a plastic bag every time. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't be out of the
Yeah,
question
exactly.
to buy a
She
dollar
was
bag to pull your stuff in.
obviously recycle conscious too, which is
Or
another reason why people saying that she set herself alight out there with all that plastic. I mean, if she was someone that actually cared about recycling and the environment, I don't think you would go out there and burn a bunch of crappy plastic on the floor.
Yeah,
I don't think she would. I don't think she would have set light to that stuff herself.
I mean, the only thing I could think of with the whole burning situation is more of like a torture for something. You know what I mean? Like some kind of torture to get her to do something or say something because it really didn't do anything as far as like, and they said that it's possible that she was alive when that happened. So that would just make me think like it would be like more like a torture thing for whatever reason. I don't know.
It's hard to imagine what pain she must have gone through. It would have been just horrific. and if it was her daughter, it's unimaginable how her daughter, which she has helped this whole time, can turn around and do something like that. I don't know. I don't know how someone can do that, but
Hopefully it's not, and maybe it's, somebody else. Let's just hope, because it's too much to think that, like a daughter, like, somebody that brings you into the world, like, it's horrific. And like,
that's why I think she wasn't there. I think she orchestrated it, but I don't think she was there. I think she sort of let it happen, because a lot of the times when it's family involved, the family doesn't commit the act, someone else does for them. So they sit at home to wait for it to be done, which may be why the Venmo was sent to say, hey, we did it, it's done. That was the code to say.
what's the motive though,
Yeah, the only thing that would be plausible would be that the night before, when they got in a fight, supposedly to the neighbor mentioned that they heard two women yelling, was that her mom's like, "You're done. I'm cutting you off." Other than that, her mom was helping her all these years along the way. So to take out her mom, I called it the cash cow. You're not going to do that. You know what I mean? You're gonna bite your lip. You're gonna do whatever. To try to keep that going. You just don't go, I'm gonna kill her and still $2,300. I mean, it makes no sense.
it doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's
And as
weird.
far as the money, everyone's like, where's the money now? Well, life goes on, bills go on, whether you're suspected of killing your mom or not. So they're still having to pay stuff. So I mean, if they didn't have any money, they probably used that money to pay some bills and just to live here the
Yeah.
last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Not to say it's right or anything, but I
No.
mean, that
Yeah.
makes sense to me why
Yeah, that makes
money has
sense to me.
disappeared, especially inflation now. I mean, 2 grand is nothing. I mean, that's a drop in the bucket nowadays. If you
Yeah.
go to the grocery store, pay your rent and
Goes
your insurance
fast.
and your car, it's gone.
Yeah,
And that's
totally.
just for this month. You got to worry about next month.
But it's like, she wouldn't kill her, she wouldn't do that to her mother for that
Yeah,
money.
that's
You know
why.
what I mean? It doesn't make any,
Yeah,
that doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Well, if she would have
I'm
done
not
that,
saying that
No, I'm
the
not saying you're
money.
saying that. Yeah. No, I
Yeah,
know.
I'm
well,
not
I'm just
saying the
saying,
money is the motive. I'm
Yeah.
saying that was. I mean, whoever did it, whether it was the boyfriend or not, sent the money because he's like, oh yeah, money. But
Yeah.
they wanted it to come from her phone, so it looked like it was actually her sending it, and the message was literally to say, hey, we've
Like,
basically done the deed, but sent all the money because he's a fucking idiot. Excuse my French.
yeah, they're just like dumb criminals, whoever did
Yeah,
this. Yeah,
yeah,
that's like a given, and it's hard to kind of like go into their minds of other people, like what the possibilities could be, but it could be something just so ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? Like some of the things you hear, it's just like, what? Why did you do it over that? I mean, I've heard crazy stories.
well,
You
that's
just,
why I feel with them. If the boyfriend and the daughter are involved, they would have done it the night before. Maybe I was thinking in the heat of the moment kind of deal, not 12, 15 hours later. From an argument, or almost 20 hours later from an argument. I mean, you could still be heated, but to go to that length with your mom, I mean, come on. That's just like it just does not make sense to me. If it would have
yeah,
happened the night before and no one saw her and this whole dollar store thing never panned out, then it would make more sense. Hey, no one saw her. The stepfather didn't sleep with her the night before, but we see her the next day in the afternoon at the dollar store. Unless that's not her, it's some ruse, but from all accounts, it looks like it is her. I mean, that would be the only thing that would make sense in the heat of a moment, the night before or
and
early that morning, if something were to happen when the father
that
left.
CCTV so we can watch it and make sure it doesn't look like a wig or anything that she's wearing.
I mean, we
people.
never get a full. I mean, when she walks in the door, that's like the only frontal view we get, and it doesn't look like the daughter. I'll say that right off the bat. But
Yeah, different
who's to say it
legs.
doesn't look like someone else? Like that we don't know, that we haven't seen, that
She has
kind of
like
looks like
really
her.
like thin legs though, Debbie. She's like kind of like really thin legs, and you could see that in the picture, in her pictures, and then in that picture, she's like a very specific body type. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel
Yeah.
like it's definitely her because
I'm
I saw
not
them
saying
like.
it is. I'm just saying for the
No,
people
I
who think it
know,
is.
of course. Oh yeah. No, I'm not even. I just
Okay,
like.
so yeah, here's Debbie. There's Debbie right there with her, and then here is a picture of. Let me see here. There's Debbie, and then here's a picture of Amanda here.
Yeah, her legs bow out a little bit. She's like bow-legged a little. I don't know. Her knees turn out different than her mom's, and they're chunkier in this picture than
Yeah,
her
because her
mom's.
mom
Mom has like really little legs. Yeah.
right, and they look like they're like she's got like skinny little chicken legs, kind of like they're real skinny, Like,
Yeah.
see what I mean?
Yeah. She's cute. Such a cute. Aw. It's
So I
so
mean that's
sad.
but then again, and then also she has blonde hair in her picture, and Amanda has darker hair. I mean, I don't think that for a second, and it was Amanda that was in the store that I believe it was Debbie and the Family Dollar that day.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree too. I was just stating, if they were going to do something, it would seem like they would do it the night before when the argument happened or whatever. They wouldn't just wait all this time to do something to set it up like that. Just
Well, I don't know. Look at the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case. I mean, she got with her boyfriend and he killed her mom. You know what I'm saying? But he did it for her.
I was gonna say this. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's different motive. I mean, there's different things that happen. I mean, I don't know.
You never know.
I'm hoping with some of these, like the phone information will be, give us some idea of like what was going on to either rule the daughter and her boyfriend out or to, hone in on what's going on with them.
yeah, I mean, we haven't really heard. Was the boyfriend and the daughter together that whole next day? I mean, did they separate at all? I don't remember hearing anything. It
Yeah,
seemed
I
like
haven't heard anything about it. I don't know.
I mean, that would be a big red flag there if they weren't together most of the day for whatever reason. But other than that, I mean, if they were together the whole time, then it kind of shoots that theory where he went and did it for her. I mean, he could have got someone else to do it for sure, but I just don't see her being that foolish with having an argument and say they cut her off that night before, and that was the catalyst to this whole thing. The next day, we got to get her. She's not going to give us any more money or whatever the reasoning would be. Um, it's just odd that they could get her to go that far away from the house and not have any contact with her for a long period of time, meaning 3 hours or more, and
What
still
about that?
set her up that way.
What about that rehab center she was right across from it? Does anybody have any more information on that they could? Because it was right across. Wasn't the rehab that maybe the boyfriend was going to be going to or something? Or was that just like hearsay? The rehab
I
center
think
across.
the boyfriend knew people at that center.
Okay.
That's just my opinion. I don't know facts on that, but
because wasn't the car right across the street from there?
Yeah,
Off of the highway?
Yes, it was. It was right across the way. But you guys, I'm gonna cut this off here because it's going on 1:15 here, and I have an appointment at 1:30. And we've been on here for almost 5 hours, so I'm gonna go ahead and cut this stream off here, and we will come back on later tonight if I get a chance. It is Friday night, so if you guys are up for it, maybe we'll do a live later and just chit chat about different cases and different things. You know what I mean?
For sure, yeah, it'll give me
Have
time
like
to
a true
actually
crime Friday night or something. I don't want to be rude, and I hate being rude and ending the
Oh my
stream.
gosh.
Like I hate to
Oh my
just butt
gosh.
in and be like,
it's
"Hey, I
not
gotta end
rude.
it."
Oh my God, it's 5 hours.
5 hours. 5 hours is
Yeah,
a
it's
long
been
time.
almost 5 hours we've been on here, so. So I'm like, oh, you know what? I got an appointment at 1:30, so I'm gonna cut it short. But I appreciate y'all hanging out, and I really enjoy talking to you guys. So I like I don't want to cut it off, but I got to go to this appointment, and then I'll grab my little ones, and we'll get back on here later tonight if y'all got time.
Sounds good.
All right.
Have a great
All
day.
right,
See you
guys.
later.
We'll talk to you guys later. Bye, Chad. I hope
Bye.
everybody has a good day today. TGIF. Enjoy your day, and yeah, if we get some time, we'll come back on and shoot the shit later tonight. We'll talk to you guys later.